Hi, everyone, and welcome to today's launch day of batch number 4 and 5. You might wonder, why is this? So we have just graduated batch number 5, and 8 brilliant teams will be here on stage today. But we are still in the middle of a pandemic, we have to say. So actually, we had to cancel the launch day of batch number 4, which was quite a pity for us. And we promised the teams, we won't let you down. We want you to be on stage. And here we are today. 4 of these great teams from batch number 4 have taken the opportunity to be here with us today. And then we have 2 more teams, actually from our great sponsor, TGSF, Technologie-Gründerfonds Sachsen. We voted for 2 more wildcard participants. This all sums up to 15 pitches today. And I know this sounds quite extreme, but we will manage, you will enjoy, and we're very sure that you will have a good time with us. First of all, welcome from my side. I'm Sophia, I'm the Managing Director of HHL Digital Space, and I want to show you what these teams from batch number 4 and 5 have been through the last couple of months, we even have to say. As Digital Space, we have our startup incubation program, so a 12 weeks structured program at the core of our activities. That means they have a lot of deliverables, sprints, input sessions, and sprint reviews. So they get the training and the methodology for becoming successful entrepreneurs. And then we have entrepreneurship events, such as this one today. And we're very happy that it's not just us, but some supporters and ecosystem and a lovely jury that we can welcome here with us today as well. And this all sums up to a wonderful community and network where you all have become part of already. So it's not just the teams and the batches, but also our alumni who are supporting us and helping us to create this great experience. This brings us to our mission. It's our mission to encourage new business ideas, enable founders, and enrich the entrepreneurial ecosystem. That's what we're doing today, and thanks again for everybody for being part of this. Behind me you can see, yes, we had some virtual or physical touch points, but this by far is the largest one we have in quite a while. And it's so good to see many familiar faces, some we haven't seen in person ever. Sometimes you're just surprised by the height of some people or how just enthusiastic they are in their body language. So it's good to be here back at Hyperion. Actually, this was the venue of our very first launch day as well. And that's why it's so amazing to be here with our batch number 4 and 5. Our activities wouldn't be possible without a huge set of partners. I called out TGSF already, but we have many more who are supporting us on a regular basis to make sure these founders can flourish, they can become successful entrepreneurs, and they get the networks they deserve. You see me here right now on stage, but it's definitely not just me. So there's a huge team behind me who has helped, and I want to ask you to give a big round of applause for this amazing team for putting this together today. Yes, it looks easy to coordinate 15 pitches, but actually there was a lot of blood, sweat, and maybe even tears involved to get this all together. Maybe not on our side, but maybe on the founder's side. So we are very happy that today we can just be here and smile and see a lot of lucky faces. We are in the middle of the opening and welcome right now. After my little introduction, you will get to know our keynote speaker, which is Kiana Mardi. She's the managing partner of Lucy VC, a micro VC, but she's going to talk about it more in detail in a moment. And then we come to the great pitches part. Probably that's what you're all here for. And we also say hi to our virtual joiners in our live stream. So this has been streamed to YouTube right now. And after the first part of 7 pitches, we come to a little break because we know it can be kind of draining to be listening to so many pitches, and I can promise you they're very diverse and we have a lot of different facets that you will dive into today. Then after the break, we have the second part, more pitches, of course, And then, oh yeah, there's a prize today. We actually have a 1,000 euros award, maybe one of the reasons why so many people showed up here today. No, thanks again to TGSF for granting this award, and we will have the winner's ceremony by 5:30 roundabout. So let's have a look why we are actually in Leipzig here today and what has Leipzig and especially HHL to do with entrepreneurship. We were actually founded by entrepreneurs, and it was the first faculty of business administration in the German-speaking region. We have a long heritage of entrepreneurship, but we just didn't stop there. And look at us, we don't look that old. So a lot of fresh blood is coming in, and we are very happy that we have a lot of external proof for our entrepreneurship capabilities, but also a lot of startups that were actually spun out of HHL. And whether you were an HHL graduate or not, our incubation program sums all this up and actually soaks up this great energy from this entrepreneurship top business school. And we're seeing some of the results here today. As the mission, this is for our students. We educate entrepreneur, responsible and effective business leaders through excellence in research, teaching, and practice. But we don't want to just stop there and say, like, this is not just for students, but it's actually for everybody who wants to be part of this great ecosystem. Entrepreneurship is one of the key pillars in HHL's strategic approach, but it's also ingrained with sustainability and leadership. And you will see a lot of sustainable business models today, and we're very proud that we can actually support these very impactful business ideas. And you will see future leaders, and that really makes my heart go a little faster, where we can create the next generation of leaders, of diverse leaders, of tolerant leaders. And thanks again for supporting this. Maybe let's have a look where we are embedded in the HHL ecosystem. So let's imagine we have some teams here today that are even one step further. So some people from batch number 4 have already joined SpinLab. So that's the acceleration program that comes after the incubation program. It's nothing you have to do, but something you can definitely do if you're into growth and accelerating your business idea. And then later on, you might want to build up a management team, and then you can make use of the HHL executive education, where you get trainings and so on for your C-level suite. And last but not least, that's really then far down the road, you might be looking for a successor. And this is where our HHL IFO Institute comes in, and you can get help with succession. So what these teams have been all about in the last 12 weeks, or even twice 12 weeks, has been the problem-solution fit. So this is really where we start from the customer's perspective, where we make them do a lot of research and put yourself into the shoes of the customer, and then not just stop there and assume, oh, that's probably right, but fill this with data, validate your hypothesis, and then come to the solution. That's very, very important to us, and that's why we think these founders are prone to be very successful, because they have learned data-driven approaches, being customer-centric, and very dedicated. Now it's my great pleasure to welcome with me here on stage Kiana Mardi, and she has been actually a part of HHL in the past herself. She can talk about it in a moment. Right now, she's a solo GP and founding partner at Lucy Capital, an early-stage micro VC. Lucy Capital invests in purpose-driven founders who drive positive societal impact. And previously, she also worked at Elson Capital as an investment director. She was part of Zalando in the very early days. Also took over there as head of business development. Brought Hollydo from Series B, from C to Series B, exited Glamloop. So there's many more stories I can tell about her. We're super happy to have her with us. I'm not sure if I'm giving the clicker to you or if she takes the other one. Yeah, so so please take a clicker, and then in a moment we will see you here on stage. And it's our great pleasure. Please put your hands together for Kiana Mardi.
So, hi everyone. Today I would like to talk about venture capital as a driver for innovation. And I would like to help you to understand and put yourself into the shoes of a VC, but also I'm trying to help you to raise capital also from other type of investors. So a short introduction. Sophia was already introducing me. I tried to keep it short then. So Kiana Mardi, I'm founding manager or founding partner of Lucy Capital. And previously to that, I was on the operational side. I was with Aurelius. It's a private equity company specialized in special situations. So they buy companies, and I could make those companies turning profitable and big again. Meanwhile, 5 billion under management. Then I joined Rocket Internet back in the days when Rocket still was not known to the public. That gave me the chance to really hold very responsible roles at Zalando mainly, but also eDarling. And so at Zalando, I could be with a company growing from 50 to 5,000 employees and build up great profit centers like Zalando Marketplace, which now makes probably over 250 million of revenue per year. So that was a very good school for me for company building. And in addition to that, I did an executive MBA, also with the Handelshochschule Leipzig, TU München, and UC Berkeley. So that gave me the confidence, and I felt prepared for founding my own VC-backed startup. And as also today, I was always intrigued to found something to make the world a better place. So coming from e-commerce, I founded a re-commerce platform for luxury fashion, and we managed to build it and exited it, my co-founder and me. And after integrating the assets, I joined two brothers in Munich. They founded a meta search site for vacation rentals. So if you know Swoodoo or Kayak, it's probably the same just for the vacation rental industry. And so I could be with them from seed to Series B till a family office asked me if I would like to co-found a 100 million big fund, Series A onwards, in fintech and insurtech. So I stepped from the side of being an entrepreneur or company builder to the side of being an investor, which was also a great change in my career and broadened my horizon. And that's why I probably can also talk between those two different roles and give you some idea of the two different perspectives. So Lucy Capital, one second. So Lucy Capital is an early stage nano fund operating in DACH, and probably for everyone who hasn't heard about nano funds, I used to use microfund, but learned that microfunds are funds between 25 million to 100, and nano funds are under 25 million big, so really small funds. And I only invest in purpose-driven founders who wants to make the world a more a better place, a more sustainable place, a more inclusive place. So I focus on topics as future of work. I love to give some examples because otherwise it's too abstract. For example, there's a startup in Berlin, an ex-colleague of mine from Zalando. He's building Verbally, and they try to manage inefficient meetings. And they do that with an AI assistant, so people can express themselves. It's not, in a meeting room, it's often very inefficient. People talk who are able to talk a lot or who have kind of this alpha role in the company. And it helps you to get more out of a meeting and also place content from people who are normally, for example, shy. So this would also have a health impact because we know from science that it also affects mental health and motivation, of course, in companies. So these are kind of the topics that I would like to invest to have a societal and environmental impact. And I also measure it. So next to my financial return, I want to show my LPs that I also have other returns as societal and environmental. And I invest very early, pre-seed and seed, roughly 250K average initial ticket. And my USP is I give you an access to a diversity network. So I select experts in different functions and industries, but more broad, like with different backgrounds, different genders, different socio-cultural backgrounds, etc. So founders are able, for example, to hire a female board member or to get an advisor and co-investor, because they are also allowed to co-invest with me as an angel, who was living in China, for example. So that's the first thing. The other thing is we know from science that diverse teams perform much better or outperform homogeneous teams. We also know from science that it's much more complicated and has higher challenges to be a performing team when you're more diverse. So I partner there with an institute, actually supervised by Professor Suchanek from the Honeysuckle Leipzig. And they work with techniques from neuroscience, from organizational development, from business ethics. And one thing, and that would be my first advice also for you as probably starting new companies and getting founders, is one technique that I learned from them, and that's the base, and all researchers are kind of aligned in this. The base for high-performing teams is trust. So try to implement trust in your company. And one key tool that they implement is to define do not harm rules. So you sit down with your team, and it is simple sometimes and kind of funny that, for example, one thing that got often commented from different companies or different teams is that people dislike when people write in big red letters. And that can harm a relationship, and that harms the basis of trust. And it is actually, there are very simple things you can implement in your culture, but you have to focus on and invest time and probably money into it. So talking about venture capital as innovation driver, these companies, or maybe I ask you the questions, what do these companies have in common? And I need at least one answer. Sorry? Yes, and these are the 6 of 7 most valued companies in the world. And in my opinion, we wouldn't see them without venture capital. So giving you an example of one of them, Amazon, and we all know Amazon, but most of us don't know the real story behind it, is Jeff Bezos founded the company in 1995. He was trying to get money for about a year. He could finally, after 1 year, manage to get a check from family and friends at a 6 million pre-valuation. So imagine you would have invested 50K, you would have gotten 3.5 billion today. Then roughly half a year later, he could manage to increase his revenue by 32 times to 16 million. And at that time, John Doerr from Kleiner Perkins stepped in and managed to get him also IPO'd very quick. And so 1 year later, he was listed at NASDAQ with $18 per share. You know by now it's $3,000. And that's a good example that shows you that with VC, you can grow very fast. You can build your product faster. You can hire people, pay loans. You can probably today, it's not that important anymore, even rent an office, or which is also important, especially for business models like Amazon. You can faster squeeze out the competition and faster gain market shares, so secure market shares. So, and the collaboration with John Doerr showed also that he benefited very much from this kind of conversation with him, because John Doerr had many criticisms from before the IPO, and he really challenged him. So Jeff Bezos got ready to be IPO ready. So you see that VCs that normally do 10 to 20 investments, they already see patterns, they learned to see and to detect wrong directions and can warn you earlier in terms of, for example, sales strategy or in terms of product market fit. And of course, VCs also have great networks and can introduce you to the industry and have a great coaching function. And in many aspects, they're aligned with you if you want to grow fast. And that brings me to other capital sources, because you have to be clear about what you want and what your philosophy is and what you want from your life, actually. And so we see below, we see the stages. So normally in pre-seed, seed, you see business angels, nano funds, crowdfunding, grants. Also, you can grow from your cash flow, of course. You have incubators. There are a couple of new logos there, like Entrepreneurs First or Entler, so international incubators are joining the German market, and then later on, family offices step in. I have also seen now family offices going in very early, but in general, they want to see kind of a product market fit because they're more conservative. And then you can also, if you secured some or if you can provide more security, of course, you can also get a bank loan, but that is really later on. Before that, you can work with debt financing. And there are also a couple of new players on the market for debt financing now. And maybe one important fact here is the distinction, because I'm also involved in this part of nano funds now, the distinction between business angels, nano funds, and VCs. And probably that gives you an idea if you want to find who to approach. So the difference, in my opinion, is business angels have a great expertise in a specific field. Most of the time, they're saturated, so they have gained money and were successful. So what the difference between a nano or a solo GP like me and an angel is, I'm still very hungry because I still need to prove that I perform. And I have allocated 100% of my time to support my portfolio companies, which is not always the case with a business angel. Because for a business angel, you are kind of a passive allocation. If he invests 50 or 100K, probably that's not much for him because he has gained a lot of money already. But that said, there are also business angels who are very active. So in general, I would like to state out that you should probably have a mixture of both. And the good news is there is a trend coming from the US, where we already find a lot of solo GPs. And now in Germany, there start foundations of new solo GPs, or as I call them, nano funds. And then there is also the difference between nano funds and VCs. I saw it when I worked in a 100 million big VC fund. The nano funds are very close with their LPs, so they can pull them and ask them for support. And as they still have kind of to prove themselves, they will. I mean, I know that from my own experience. To discipline them and ask those LPs, so the investors of my fund, to support my portfolio companies. In bigger funds, you have LPs, like Alstein had about roughly 40 LPs, and there are great corporates or insurances, but you're not like in day-to-day business very close with them. And it makes more sense if a company already has a stable product. So you approach, for example, the insurance company and ask them to work with them. And therefore, your technology has to be kind of safe and a little bit more mature. So, and maybe one example for the incubators, because probably many people have forgotten it, Airbnb is one of the success cases from Y Combinator. So in 2009, there was the pre-seed round from the Y Combinator, but before, the founders, they were trying to they had no financial resources, and they were trying to get some funding, so they were selling cereal boxes at the time to fund their company, and through their advisor, they could apply at Y Combinator and get a 20K ticket for 6%. But that led then that just a few months later, they got funded by Sequoia with 600K. And a fun fact is that Paul Graham from Sequoia, the first, I don't know if you have heard about it, said like, people are actually doing this, what's wrong with them? But as history showed, they were able to convince him. So to put yourself into the shoes of a VC, it's very important to understand the fund structure and the incentives of the fund managers. So as I mentioned before, LP is called limited partners, is the investor of a fund. And the venture capital fund managers are incentivized by the carry. So the carry means they get a profit share together with the LPs. It's 80% for the LPs, 20% for the management team. But after they have paid back the invested capital and after they have paid back an interest, which is normally like in Germany 6% per year, and after that they can do a profit share of 80 to 20. So, and one additional thing which was now discussed at the podcast from Alexander Hüsing from Deutsche Startup, which is also interesting in my point of view, is a fund, if I raise a fund, I approach LPs and they commit, let's say, 10 million. The LP don't transfer the 10 million to my account. He transfers the money via capital calls. So when I do a deal, I do a capital call and say, your pro rata share of this deal is XYZ, and please transfer now a piece of the committed capital for the deal. So, and what now was discussed in the scene is, if you have a venture capital firm like Target Global, then you have someone inside it that is Russian and is the son of, he's a partner, and he's the son of a steel oligarch. So the question is, and the father, the steel oligarch, is one of the probably main LPs. So the question is now, with the political circumstances, is the LP still able in the future to kind of fulfill the agreement of his capital, of the capital calls? So these are the things that founder normally don't really take care about, because Target Global has done a lot of great deals and is very known. But it shows like it is important to understand like how is a fund working and who is, for example, also behind the fund managers, who are the LPs, and probably also how can you benefit from them. And this gives you even a better understanding of the incentives, because you see that the duration, the life cycle of a fund is 10 years, and the investment period is roughly 3 to 5 years. And what is also interesting is with every fund you raise, you get a management fee. That management fee allows you to pay salary, to rent an office, to do administration, to go to events, travel expenses, etc. And normally, like, it's 2% per year. It fades out after the investment period. It gets a little bit lower. So you talk about roughly 18%. So from a 100 million fund that I raise, I can spend 18 million on my team, etc. And so the incentive is high to fast divest the committed capital, so I can raise already the next fund and get management fee out of the next fund. So there are like fun quotes from VCs who say, I don't get rich by carry, but I get rich by management fee, because if you have like 500 million big funds, you can imagine like the budget is pretty high to even extend, and that what happens actually for the GPs and partners, you increase your salary after each fund. So to give you a rough idea, a person who raises, like me, 10 million probably, can allow to spend roughly 140,000 euros for the whole team. So it's, in the beginning, it's not that much, but if you succeed and raise and raise and raise the next funds, it gets, of course, very attractive. And so for you, it's important to know that that your fund, the VC fund that you're working with, has a horizon in mind. He doesn't have time to wait. He wants that your startup is growing fast and that you that he will kind of see an exit in that period of the fund life cycle, so he can show KPIs to the LPs, so they follow on with the next fund as LPs, or he can attract even more LPs and make the fund even bigger. And the general characteristics of a VC, if you work with them, is of course that you kind of get into a marriage. That's why there's the symbol of the ring. So there are also studies that show that the performance of a fund depends not only on making the decision into the right deal, but also in the post-investment support. So VCs have, by nature, a high incentive to support their deals. And it pays off for their personal track record. So every investment manager is kind of measured with the KPI, my successful deals. Because when I, for example, changed the fund, it is important, was I good in making investments, but also for the whole fund performance, which means that probably the fund management team gets into the carry, and me as an investment manager, principal, or partner also gain extra, beside my salary, the profit share. So that's on the positive side. So compared to some other capital sources, I would say they try to support their portfolio companies more, like with hiring and strategy and first clients, and follow-on rounds are very important. But also, it is a little bit risky if you're not performing that well, because they have multiple portfolio companies and they need to focus on the winners. So it can happen, and it happened in the past many times, that a good and solid business case was not supported anymore because the growth was not fast enough. And probably if they would have invested more and invested more time and support and money, the joystick would have come later, but you have to make decisions and prioritization. So maybe some of really good startups died because they were not reaching those numbers in that time frame that the VC wanted them to reach. And then we have also on kind of the downside, but you have to understand the VC, that you get monitored a lot. For the VC, it's a high-risk business, and he tries to close the information asymmetry, because you are there in your company every day, but the VC is outside of the company and tries to see where you're standing. And therefore, like in my startup, for example, I had a weekly meeting with Holzbrink and Capnemic. I had to report every 4 weeks my financial numbers. And that is, on the one side, good because it gives you a discipline on your finance. But on the other side, it costs you time and resources. And then, of course, you have also sometimes disagreements because of the strategy. But in general, because of the equity participation, the VC is aligned with you if you want to grow fast. So I will skip a little bit this slide, because I think you all know by now that there are many VC funds, new emerging teams, which is called new funds, that now come into the market. We have a lot of international VCs here. And maybe one point that was discussed within the last weeks, which is more interesting for you, is VCs are now seeing a correction, a valuation correction in the Series B. So valuations are going down, but more in the later stage. And we call it correction because we VCs sometimes couldn't believe what the founder wants to have for valuation, which in our opinion were way much too high, but we were in kind of a dynamic where the valuations grew and grew and grew, so that there is now a correction in Series B, and it will take a little bit time till it arrives in early stage, but probably we might see also corrections in the early stages. So I can tell you, when I raised 1.5 million with my startup, I did it on, I think, 2.5 million pre. The same startup would now ask me for 5 today. So, and to help you, independent from VCs, but also from angels or nano funds or family offices, how can you convince investors, and what do you have to take into consideration also for yourself if you pitch. So we all know the proof of concept is important. Is there a product market fit? You now that are probably very early stage, give them an indication. At my startup, I did a summary, so the investor wants to believe in you and believe in the market, so try to figure out for yourself and for the investor, is there a market? Is there a need? Are there already customers who will buy your product? Then one very important aspect, and this I really want to highlight because of my own experience as a founder and as an investor, look for a good team and invest the time. So what does mean a good team? It's a complementary team, and we human beings, we unfortunately tend to work with people who are very similar to us. It's very sad that we are so small-minded, but try to get complement people on board, not only from the skill set, but also from the attitude. And as I said, it's not easy. It doesn't make things easier. So put some time into building the team, into finding out your core values and giving you tangible advice. Go and see a coach. And I know you're in a honeymoon phase in the beginning and you're like already dreaming of your big vision and you just want to go forward, but take this time and take a step back, go to coaching, 3 sessions, try to figure out if that is the person you want to work with probably 5 to 10 years at least. And then, yeah, one example, I co-founded a company, and I found out that my co-founder was screaming to people, screaming to employees and to service providers. So not screaming to people on eye level or above. And I found it out very late because in the beginning, I mean, who were we talking to? Investors. So she was very nice. So having the company up and running, I found out that we don't share the same value. Friendliness is for me a core value. If I would have known that, I wouldn't have founded the company with her. We kind of managed it, and it's a belief from her. I mean, she believes if you scream to people, that's a pretty known rocket internet school, they will perform. And I don't believe in this at all, because I think good people will leave your company, and kind of the very shy people, probably also having no self-confidence or probably not performing well, will stay. And I think you don't build really a successful company with only those kind of people. So do your homework, and one example or one practical advice, I would say, ask your founder, and provide also your founder on your own with references, with friends, with your best friends. Call the best friends of your potential co-founder or your co-workers. Call the people that they have worked with, and try to get out an honest feedback, because, and that is not easy, because we people tend to be liked. I mean, we all want to be liked, so you have only downside risk if you give very honest feedback. If I would say, this guy is a stupid idiot, I would probably not say it like this. I would try to hide it between the lines. So be very aware what people want to tell you between the lines. And because you probably won't get a very honest, straight feedback that somebody is very unfriendly, for example. And so this is a very important, and I would say we know from the investor experience, this is the reason number 1 why startups fail, is because of the team. So invest time and try also doing the coaching, be neutral and not excited by your idea, and only make a selection to just hear the positive things. Just be very aware also of the risk that you're getting into if you kind of marry your co-founder or your co-workers. And then, of course, it's important to have a defensible product. I think you're all aware of this. Product that are not so easy to copy, or you say, I just copy a product, and then you go on execution fast and excellent. And then we all look, of course, for growth. Just to give you a number, we look for growth in SaaS businesses, a multiple of 2 every year for ARR, probably a growth of 10% in MRR. So these are factors that, of course, are different depending on which capital source you go. VCs, as mentioned now many times, are going for fast growth. And then you have disruptive business models, which I would probably in Germany correct a little bit, because I think that Airbnb wouldn't have had a chance in Germany. I don't know if my colleagues agree or disagree, but I think in Germany the VCs tend to be more conservative. So a disruptive business model, you should have an innovation, of course. I'm not sure if you're very lucky in Germany to go for a completely new market like Airbnb, change the way of travel, and also change the way of personal income for personal hosts. I mean, that had different kind of effects. So, but as said, an innovation should be kind of in your business model. And the last things that I would like to share is how can you convince investors? There are couple of rules, and you all heard about cold outreach. I mean, we all probably get, I don't know your numbers, but I think at least 10 LinkedIn messages and probably 10 mails per day at least, in even more passive times, probably even more. So try to get a personal intro. If you don't have a network, build one. There are a lot of events like this today. And then try to create a FOMO. There are probably also experts in your circle of friends who know about how to create a dynamic and a momentum. So really try to make a time plan, do 3 exercise pitches with friendly investors, and then do a prioritization, A class, B class, C class, and then shoot them out and try that your A group is getting parallel the pitches, so they start to talk with each other and they kind of get into a pressure to make decisions, and that creates kind of fear of missing out. That's the word for FOMO, and that's something you want to create. And then try to support your investors with market research, because most of the investors don't have a clue about your market. Some do, many don't. So help them also to pitch your topic to their investment committee, because they can't often not do the investment decisions on their own. They are dependent on whether it's in the family office, their family who provides the wealth, or in VC funds, it's their investment committee. So prepare your investment manager, principal partner with those data so he can show or she can show the team, look, I have found something very interesting. There is a very attractive market. And then also highlight point, short, short, short. Try to keep it short and simple. That's what I also learned from Mr. Maschmeyer, and you all know he's a sales guy. He's really, really good in sales. And es kam mir aus den Ohren raus, but he was so right. Try to keep it short and crisp, because the first pitch is only to caught someone emotionally. It's not, you're in love with your business, you know all the KPIs, you know all the data. Try to push a lot of information into the appendix. If you then have time, okay, but prepare a pitch which is very short and very simple to understand. So if you confuse, you lose, you say, right? And then, of course, do the homework, check for investment criteria before you talk to people. If you don't find them, look what have they done for investments before, and then you can also talk with them about this. This is also some technique. You get people emotional because they were working on other topics. You know, you can talk about it, and or look what they have gained for experiences. And then the last one thing is, we people love authenticity. So authenticity. So be very honest in terms of the risks and challenges you are facing. Don't try to avoid or don't try to talk you out. Just put it very clear and say, this will be my challenge. I have made my thoughts about this. I have some assumptions how I can solve those challenges. And then you feel much more confident as an investor that the person is also aware of what is totally normal in startup business, risks and challenges that he will face today and in the future. So thanks a lot. These are my contact details. If you want to have more sources about what I talked, I'm happy to provide you with some.
Wow.
runter.
Thank you so much, Kiana. No, just stay a little moment longer here. Yeah, I just want to thank you. It was very insightful, and I'm very happy to have you here with us. Also, now being part of the jury, you will now transition to your table there. So thanks, first of all, and see you later in the jury.
Thanks.
All right, I think then I can get my slides back, because now it's time to have a look. Yeah, next up we will start actually with the startup pitches. Let's go through this real quick. Yeah, first of all, thanks again to TGSF for making this possible, that we can grant the 1,000 euros in prize money today. The jury will be presented to you in a moment, so they are the ones actually deciding, and you have to convince them. Honestly, I couldn't choose right now. I've seen 15 pitches this morning already. It's a lot, but it's definitely digestible, so please stay with us. And now, I have the great pleasure to introduce you to our wonderful jury. And it's still, pandemic times, as I said. I don't quite believe that the pandemic is over yet, so we still apply a hygiene concept. And yes, sometimes it happens that people have other duties, and that's why we have two of our jury members online today. First one is Dr. Aline Fedder. She's a principal at Lakestar, and she is with us on the Zoom call right now. Aline, if I may ask you to introduce yourself real quick, if you can hear and see us. Just in a moment. The internet is calculating. So, you know, it's a long way to Berlin, so that's why it might take some. There we go. Can we? Yes, there we see Aline. Good to see you. How are you doing today?
Yes, I can hear and see you. I think I can't hear yet via the stream, so I have to do it via YouTube and mute in parallel, as far as I understood.
Oh, that's unfortunate, because we have a lag then in there. Give us a moment. Hi. So there we have our other jury member, which is Birte from the TGSF. We will take some minutes to fix this. But probably if you can't hear us and we can hear you, we can start introducing you already. So Aline, we could hear you. If you don't mind, just saying some words about yourself and what you're up to for today.
So I'm doing good.
Okay, that was the question from a minute ago. So we see the internet is not our friend today. We'll take a moment to fix this. We just know that the stream is some time behind, so people in the room, just give us this moment. All right, so, well, if that's taking another minute, then maybe we start introducing the people in the room, because there we have immediate voice capabilities. Yeah, maybe I start with Kasia,
sure.
Please.
So my name is Aline. I'm a principal at Lakestar, based in the Berlin office, covering all their investments in the health and climate tech space. Before I joined Lakestar, I was already working in venture capital, spent a few years with Ananda Ventures, which is an impact investment fund. And prior to that, was part of the investment team of Action Capital, have a bit of an operational background as well, joined Rocket Internet shortly after the IPO, spent some time in Berlin back then. And before that, actually did my PhD in medical psychology, which is also a topic that is quite dear to my heart and also sparked my interest in anything health related. And now with the health investment, it kind of comes full circle and actually makes sense that I did this kind of PhD.
Fantastic. So if I answer this now, it's going to take a while. Thank you, Aline, for now. And yeah, if we don't mind, if Birte hears us, maybe she can continue as investment manager from TGSF. Let's see. All right, if not, then I switch back to my initial plan and hand it over to Kasia to introduce himself from Voxen University. Yeah, I think we need the microphone here. Yeah, just...
1, 2.
Yeah, no, we can.
Yeah, perfect. So I'm from India. I run this incubator from Voxen University. It's called Trade Tower. So before that, I was an entrepreneur. I ran an edutech firm called Advisely. I was a founder twice of 2 different companies. Exited my last one in 2020 before joining Voxen University. Currently, I'm managing an incubator, just like the digital space, and happy to be here. Looking forward to the pitches and probably take away some good memories.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Kashyap, for being with us. He had definitely the longest way today. So can you say again, what was the city you're coming from? You were in Europe before, right? So Paris, I think?
Yeah. So I, in fact, have a connection with Germany. I did my master's here in Hamburg. And so I'm here for a few weeks. I'm just going around different incubators and traveling a bit to a lot of cities. And so, yeah, so happy to be here.
Thank you very
Thank
much. All right, then we will continue with Robin, who's actually the host kind of here today, representing TGSF on site. We have Birte on the call if we manage to get to hear her. And then, Robin, tell us something about you.
Yes. Hi from my side. Yes, I'm Robin from the TGSF, the Technologiegründerfonds Sachsen, the local VC here in Saxony. I'm part of the investment team and responsible for the investments and startups based in Leipzig. And I have a short background before I was a VC or seed investor with TGSF in banking with the UniCredit Group, formerly known as Hypovereinsbank, in retail banking and corporate banking. And then I moved to KPMG for finance advisory in the consultancy area, and afterwards I straight went to the VC area here with TGSF.
All right, so maybe we give it one more try if Birte can hear us and present herself.
Ich kann es mal versuchen.
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Okay, großartig. Dann scheint es jetzt zu funktionieren. Sehr gut. Okay, perfect. So my name is Birte. I joined TGSF in October 2020. Before I was studying industrial engineering at KIT in Karlsruhe. So quite interdisciplinary study background, especially in energy and material science. And 1.5 years ago, I started here in Saxony because I was very impressed by the diverse technology developments here in Saxony, and now I'm proud to join the team of Robin as well, and working already with 3 companies here, one energy platform, one material science, and one voice assistant bot. And I already sneaked into the 2 batches, and so I'm very curious how they managed to develop during the last 3 or 6 months.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And I think we've finished our time travels. We have the jury now full on track and can start with our first pitches. If you are good to go, then I am more than happy to welcome here on stage our first pitch participants with the team of Healics. So we will now hear Ronny and Max, and they will tell us how we can revolutionize our health with very forward-thinking support. Please come here on stage and tell us about Healics.
So, thank you, Sophia. Hi, everyone. Every year, based on various goals, over 4 billion diet attempts are made worldwide. Unfortunately, 80% of all these attempts fail. That means that every year over $300 billion and 60 million hours are spent for nothing. And that's why we are here. Hi, I'm Ronny.
And I'm Max.
And we are the founders of Healics. We want to become the #1 worldwide decision when people think about starting and implementing a healthy nutrition into their daily lives. So why is that so many diets fail in the long run? Let me share a little story. This is Jason. Jason always feels tired, exhausted, and burned out day by day. He even has symptoms like fatigue and brain fog, so he's trying to change his nutrition. First, by using a generic nutrition approach with a low-carb diet. But actually, that made the symptoms even worse. So he looked for help by consulting a professional nutritionist. But due to the really high costs, and especially the lacking day-by-day guidance, Jason still didn't manage it to implement a fitting, healthy nutrition into his daily life. And that's why he and 80% of all other people fail with that.
And that's where we jump in. We want to use technology as a tool to free nutrition from uncertainty. After a simple health test right from your couch, you will get our Healics mobile app as your daily companion and nutritionist right from your pocket. By using methods like gamification or daily feedback, our AI will not only provide you with personal insights and recipes for every day, it will also motivate you, help you get a better understanding of your body and learns from your lifestyle, so that it can continuously adjust your diet so that nutrition can finally become easy and joyful for you. By tracking your biomarkers, our unique AI approach will allow us to get a deeper insight into your individual food response and connect them to your goals, daily lifestyle, and ethical preferences. And by the way, it's not only about eating better. Nutrition is at the core of your health. So for us, it's even more about increasing energy levels and performance, decreasing functional symptoms like tiredness, brain fog, or skin issues, and even preventing chronic diseases such as diabetes or morbus Crohn. So our service is a real multi-layer health and nutrition solution.
We will jump into a new but massively growing market as an early adopter. With an annual growth rate of over 13%, the market for personalized nutrition will more than double in the next 5 years. External factors like COVID fuel this trend. In Germany alone, in the last 12 months, the willingness to spend more on wellness and nutrition services has increased by 45%. For this, our goal is to reach a market share of 10% in our specific target market. By using a subscription-based revenue and monetization model, we want to tackle a revenue of 25 million euro and generate 40,000 customers in our first stage till 2026. So thank you for listening. We are Healics and we invite you to join our nutrition revolution. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That was a good first pitch, and you went slightly over time, so I didn't explain the rules. Everybody, like we have a timer here, has 3 minutes for the pitch, and now we will continue with 7 minutes roundabout with our jury and their questions and feedback. So who wants to go first? We are also inviting our virtual jury members. If they want to say something, just unmute yourselves, and yeah, let us know what you think about the pitch.
So happy to give this a start. A very, very interesting topic. Probably you've seen that Sequoia funded a company yesterday that also addresses exactly this topic, healing through nutrition. So quite curious to see how it goes on your end. I'd be interested, what kind of test is analyzing your diagnostics? And besides the test, what kind of target groups do you want to reach first? Are you going for high performance or more on the chronic side, really addressing people that actually already suffer?
Okay, so we are doing different testings. We're not focusing only on one test. Some competitors only focus on one test, but we have a holistic laboratory approach. So we are testing blood, saliva, and stool. So these are the 3 tools we use to create laboratory data and to get a better understanding of the individual body. On the other hand, what are the target groups we want to tackle first? The target groups for the start, as you could see on the one slide, are high performers and athletes, yeah, sure. On the other hand, people with symptoms, so like functional symptoms, as Max said, for example, brain fog, fatigue, skin problems, problems with their digestion. So we did some interviews, a lot of interviews, and we saw that the most people struggle with that. And the most people with that problems have a high willingness to pay for a service like that.
All right, question answered. Next jury member. We might not get to all of you for each and every team, but we have enough teams, so just shoot. Robin.
Okay. Yes, thanks for the nice pitch, Ronny and Boris. I would have heaps of questions for this topic. So as I just heard from your last answer, you're not focusing on a reimbursement case by the health insurance, so you want to pay paid service for direct customers?
Yeah, absolutely. For the beginning, yes, because it's quite tough to connect it to the German health insurances without a lead study. That's a case in our business. In our business case, that's one point. We will have a lead study in the next year for creating a nutritional medical impact. When we can prove this medical impact, we already talked to different health insurances like the Barmer or TK. They are interested in this product and service, but they need the approve of the product. So when we have that, we could certify it as a medical product so that you actually don't even have to pay because your health insurance pays for that. Yeah. So that will be the point when we can scale. Yeah.
Okay. One further question from my side: do we have nutrition experts in your team, or where do you get your algorithm and your database from?
Yeah. As you could see on the last slide, we have Samantha Frost in our team. So. She's our medical co-founder, and she has 15 years of experience as a nutritionist, and she actually worked for our competitors, like, for example, Sarascreen is one of our competitors. She worked for Sarascreen. She helped, for example, Löwy in Munich to create their startup, and really has a lot of experience, especially in biochemistry, laboratory testing, and connecting this to nutrition. Yeah.
So she is your AI or HI in that case to transform her know-how into personal advices within the app. Okay, so she is the scaling factor, or is she hindering scaling as she is giving the main advice?
No, we don't focus on a specific approach of one person. So our approach is testing laboratory scores, and the laboratory scores always are the same. Our approach is to have a holistic insight and to connect them to specific outcomes in the nutrition. Samantha really helps us with that, but she has the know-how how to translate laboratory scores in a nutritional recommendation. And that's where Samantha is really helpful for. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, one last question from the jury, if you have one. Kiana, go for it.
Funnily, I'm just advising someone in a DD for a very similar product. So, but it's and you already asked that question. It's more into the direction of B2B2C. So they are shortly acquiring the DIGA acceptance. And the question is, how do you get the scientific laboratory-based testing data, and who is building the AI algorithm?
Short answer, please. You have 1 minute left.
Okay, so we, of course, we have also the tech part from my side, which is going to focus on the AI. But of course, we also need some external help or first employees on this. And we will partner with some laboratories so that we can send the box to the customer. So he or she can do the testing at home, and then we'll send it to our laboratory, which will then give us the data, and then we can analyze it with our AI and give some recommendations.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Team Healics. You were the first ones. All the best for your future journey. And we continue with a virtual pitch. COVID times again made it not possible that Stefania joins us here in person. If you can see and hear us, we want to switch now to the Zoom call again. Just a moment.
Yes, hello, I can hear you.
Fantastic, that's amazing. So yeah, good to go. Stefania, your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Stefania. I wanted to imagine for a second, what does it mean to be a mom nowadays? Yes, also the men among you, please. How does it feel to experiment a radical change of your life, having self-doubts and feeling the pressure of society expectations? Not so nice, right? 18 million moms in DACH went through these challenges and many more worldwide. This market is growing fast with an average early estimated spend of 150 billion euro. Moms are also becoming more and more digital. There is some solution on the market which addresses moms' challenges. Most of them are not on demand or focus just on one specific solution. What we aim to create is a digital space where moms can easily find all information needed for every step of their journey. Our aim is to contribute to the society's growth through moms' empowerment, offering one-to-one session, online courses, and product advices. Mama Growth is the first algorithm-based platform that connects moms with experts in different fields, creating customized growth paths based on their personal situation and needs. Moms can sign up to the platform for free and purchase just the courses or products they need. On the other hand, we will have 100 selected experts that pay a monthly fee as well as a commission on moms' purchases. We aim to reach a total revenue of 1.9 million euro in the third year. We are already in the moms market thanks to the European franchise Kangaroo Salsa and have already a big community of moms as well as 12 acquired experts. We are looking for an angel who wants to make an impact on our society, investing 600,000 euro in moms empowerment. We will address the DACH first, expanding to Europe in the future, and we plan to reach the break-even in the second year, having a profit of 1.3 million in the third year. You might ask yourself if we are the right team for this project. Well, the answer is yes. Ulrike Giegel is marketing strategist and owns an online marketing agency, and Stefania Bondi is opera singer, cultural manager, and founder of Kangaroo Salsa, which addresses new moms and all over the world. We would like we will be very, very happy if you could support us empowering moms. Thank you very much.
Good job. Now I want to hand it over to our jury again. Who wants to have the first comment? Kiana.
So after founding a marketplace, I'm pretty aware of the egg or chicken and egg problem that you probably also face. Like, what have you thought? Is there a strategy to overcome that problem? Because as far as I understood, you did a lot of content and education programs. And on the other side, at the same time, people who would like to purchase this kind of education, right? So how do you start?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I hear you not really in the same time, I think. But I would start from the community we already have. So I am founder also of Kangaroo Salsa, which is a baby wearing dance experience for new moms. So we are already addressing this market. And I would start really from the community we have, and then growing and going into much more markets as well.
All right. Do we have a comment from the online audience, from our two jury members?
So I'd be interested in terms of target group. So as far as I understood, you're targeting working moms, and impact-wise, how would you measure the success of your platform? Is it keeping more moms in the workforce or allowing them the transition to different jobs? And do you plan to engage employers as well? What's the vision there?
Yes, thank you for the question. I actually have a very broad vision. We are targeting working moms, but as you know, maybe after a pregnancy, many moms decide not to go back to the old work or to found something for themselves. And we want to support them for both solution and also support them finding the fitting solution for them. And this is why we are offering not only just online courses, but also one-to-one session where they can really have a support on their personal experience and goals, of course.
Right. More questions or comments from our jury? Robin.
Yes, thanks for the pitch. I would be interested as there is a lot of competition in that market, especially in the pregnancy market. What is your USP in comparison with other apps like Akilea, we know here from the Leipzig Spin Lab, for example, which are also focusing on the time before pregnancy or around pregnancy and also afterwards, getting back to work and the special circumstances young moms are facing?
Thank you. Our USP is to have every possible solution for every possible problem on our platform, because always moms have to look up for a solution on the market, and they are becoming more and more digital, like I said. So they maybe look in the internet or look just on Facebook and Instagram, and they sometimes also found some experts who are not certificated or are not they don't know enough about the problem. So we would like to offer this kind of support really by certificated people on which can focus on different aspects of the growth of a mom. And we are actually not addressing them before pregnancy, during pregnancy, and before the birth, but after, mainly.
All right, last chance for questions or comments from the jury. Otherwise,
I do really understand the need for a community in this sense, because today we're not connected to our family and friends anymore as we were like 20, 50 years ago. So today there needs to be another community built around a young mom, around a young family. So I wonder how you address the point of providing a local community around a young family, and how you do intend to make money with your platform. Because in the end you said that you aim to raise 600K. So there need to be like somehow some kind of revenue in your platform.
Yes, of course. We are addressing already the moms locally with my other business, Kangaroo Salsa, because I train trainers that can offer this in many other cities in Europe. And there is already some community, some place, city-based communities. So this will be the same also for the platform. We are going to divide the communities between the cities and organize also some events in every city. This will be the future. And then your other question, of course, we are going to put this mom also in a condition that they are connecting between themselves, but also addressing them the right fit for them, like the right support for them as online course or one-to-one, or also products that they can purchase on the platform. So we aim to reach the break-even in the second year. And like
Stefania,
I said,
we have to come to an end now, so please finish soon. Thank you.
I'm done.
Yeah, I was hoping that you finish your sentence, but just amazing thoughts come out of you. Thank you so much for your pitch, and all the best for your future journey. And looking forward to hearing more from you. Now we continue here in the room with our next pitch. Yes, applause for Stefania, of course. So next with me here on stage is Nowa. And yeah, Anas is ready to go already. No more words from my side. Stage is yours.
Hi, my name is Anas. I will show you now the future of app development. Apps, it's where we spend a lot of time on, but how hard or expensive is it to make one? Well, I will show you that in action. Oh, sorry. This is the life of an app developer. Hundreds of thousands of lines of code to create an average app. So you can imagine how complicated it is or how much time and effort it needs. On the other side, outsourcing it is expensive, where it costs an average 40,000 euros for an app. Also, there is no no-code tool in the market that's able to give you an app with a quality that even close to the quality you get with writing code. So how about a way that is much cheaper, much faster, require no technical knowledge, but without compromising on the quality? Well, meet Nowa, a platform to create quality apps without writing a single line of code. So what makes an app great? 3 things only: great design, great features, and a great performance. Usually, you can't get all those combined unless with writing code. But let's see how you can get those with Nowa. You get great design because our design tool able to give you freedom to create any design you can think of. You get great features using our visual programming, where you can visually build any logic without writing code. This graph replaces 100 lines of code. And 3, with 1 click only, you get your app running for Android, iOS, web, Windows, Linux, and Mac, and it runs with the best possible performance on all those platforms. So you might actually, I know what you're thinking right now. This is too good to be true. How is that even possible? Well, the magic is in combining 2 things. 1, we're using a new technology from Google called the Flutter that enables us to export all those apps on all those platforms. But on top of that technology, we build our visual tools in a unique way that is easy to use, but powerful to build advanced apps. So we provide more flexibility than any other tool available in the market. And on top of that, we are free. Wait, so how are we going to make money? Well, users can build a full app for free, but with limitations on the project size and how much they can export the app. With a monthly subscription, they remove this limitation. Also, we have a marketplace where we charge a 30% commission on items sold. So the app development software market is huge. Our addressable market is 10 billion, and our expected obtainable market is 2.7 million. So let's talk about what's next. Right now, we're testing the product with 1,000 users who signed up for early access. In the end of the year, we expect to have 3,000 weekly active users. 1 year after, we expect to have 25,000 weekly active users with a revenue of 325,000 euros. We're kindly asking for 200,000 euros in exchange for 6%. Thank you so much. I am the CEO. My friend is the CTO, Raed, and my friend Ludo is the creative director. I would love to hear your questions. Thank you.
Applause. Yes, welcome here on stage. We have one more supporter here. And Kasia wants to go for the first question.
Yeah. So I happened to meet these guys in Berlin. So firstly, good. So yeah, I think the question is, I think the market is flooded with too many no-code and low-code platforms right now.
Sure.
So how would you kind of enter the market in a red ocean, right? It's a lot of people actually trying to do the same. And Flutter itself is open source, as
Yes.
Google has already done it, and a lot of people are moving to Flutter, right? So the second question is, how do you get into the right target group, the target audience for this, for your, the path of acquiring the customers, right? So, and how would you kind of get a GTM into this, a go-to-market strategy, to just get into the market?
So first of all, there's a lot of no-code tools available. You're completely right. But what we saw that, actually, if you think about like a company, usually, when you build a professional app, usually you don't go for those tools. You hire a developer or like a team. The reason for that is that those tools usually have either their tools are really limited in terms of what you can design with them or what features you can implement. So usually they use mostly now as hobby no more than like a professional use. So what we want to do is change that. We want to have a tool that can be used professionally, but without the need of having any technical knowledge. Some of the tools actually like produce high quality, but they require some technical knowledge, like Flutterflow, which is one of our competitors. So this is like the main differentiator. So to the, let's say the second question about who we want to target. So first, in this year, we're targeting the beginner and intermediate developers who actually don't have the expertise to build a professional advanced apps. So we help them mainly right now. But in the end of the year, we also want to expand to have a P2P model, where we actually will give this model to like development teams and companies. Because one of the reasons is also designer, like we made interviews with companies, and they told us there's a problem that usually there's a lag between the designers and the developers, because designers create mockups and developers have to implement all the design from scratch. But with this tool, designers can directly work on the same design, and there's no waste to reiterate the old design. Did I answer all your questions, or I forgot one, just to be sure?
Probably more to come. So who wants to go next? Maybe somebody from the virtual jury members? Good, we see you on the screen. Now you have to talk. That's the rule.
You provided some points regarding what makes an app great. Can you provide some more background on what makes you great to deliver this application?
Mm-hmm. Well, I can start talking about myself. I worked in app development for 5 years, and I also worked in AI and embedded systems. So I actually built kind of background about that. I also worked with the startups in some projects in app development. So I experienced those problems myself, and I was so frustrated that I couldn't find any tool that actually just satisfied my needs into building what I actually wanted to build. Right, you can.
Yeah, and from my side, I came from a game development background where there's a lot of amazing tools where you can build your games, but for app development, that's not the case. So I started working on applications, and I found out that there's no good tools, and I decided to change that. So I have a good background in development, let's say.
And my friend Ludo, she's our designer. She worked also in projects in illustrations and design for the past 3 years as a freelancer. And she's responsible for the design and the user experience.
So you're dissatisfied with the given tools, and now you want to build your own tools.
Exactly.
Nice.
All right, one more question. Robin wants to.
Yeah, me from my side. Thanks for a nice pitch, first of all. Just to get a better understanding of your product you're building, is that going to be a standalone product or app you're trying to provide for your customers, or how do you make sure that this is working with the back end and the infrastructure that the customers already using, like ERP systems, SAP, and other apps and back end systems?
Well, it's a standalone software. Users can connect their apps, of course, to any data source that they have. If they have any system existing, they can connect it with APIs. And they can do that on their own. But we provide them with the tools to do that. So it's a standalone system, and they can use it to integrate with whatever they have.
And also we provide a feature that's not available in the other tools, that users can download the source code of their app. So they can see exactly how their app actually built. This is solve a lot of like security and sustainability problems usually they think about when they use those tools.
Thanks, and maybe last very short question. Do you have existing customers or pilot customers?
Yes, actually we did one article on Medium, and we had an early access forum, and they signed. Right now we have like 1,200 users who signed up, and right now we're actually sending the product to them to get the feedback and testing with them. So it's like a closed testing thing right now.
So like private customers or corporate customers already?
Sorry?
Private customers or corporates as customers?
Actually, it's mixed. It's like actually third almost between developers, corporates, and also like designers and people who actually don't have any background in either one of them.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks from my side as well. All the best. So we're ready for the next pitch. Next up, we will see a completely different industry. We go to manufacturing. And the team up here will be Prodlane. We will see Caroline, who's actually coming from Switzerland, and she will pitch us what's the future of product development in manufacturing. If we can see her slides, then we're good to go. Stage is yours.
So, hello, I'm Caroline, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Prodlane. And we're here to digitalize the manufacturing industry by improving what matters most, their product innovation. So, what is product management about? How is such a product built? This is Marcel. He is a product manager in an industrial company, and his job is to turn ideas into products. Sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? But yeah, in reality, there are a lot of different stakeholders involved, a lot of different data, and this process takes several years. So we have concrete problems. First, Marcel spends 1.4 days a week on documentation. 20% of the knowledge is lost, and almost half of the decisions cannot be traced back. And this is where Prodlane comes into play. Prodlane is a digital workspace for the product development. So we have our SaaS solution has 3 parts. First, a centralized database where all the different data is collected, so SharePoint, email communication. Then we have a collaborative workspace which guides the users through the process and creates an intelligent network between the content and the data. And third, a synchronized overview so that the management has all the information at its fingertips. So in just 3 clicks, you can come from the overview deep down into the data. What do we achieve with that? So first, we enable 25% faster documentation, 25% higher product market fit by data-driven decisions, and we make nearly every decision traceable. The great thing is that Prodlane is already in use at the Georg Fischer AG, a Swiss industrial company, a big one, and they're already paying us 50K for the development and the use of Prodlane. And we're in negotiation with further POCs and are in exchange with the most innovative companies out there. So who are we? Beside me, I'm responsible for the business and the finance, and then we have Matthias, our CTO, a senior developer who already has built and led an international team, and Moritz, who is here today, our CPO, who is an industrial engineer and really knows what the customers want and really can talk to them. Yeah, so what's next? We are looking for 700,000 in funding in order to reach our next milestones. So the market launch of our software, achieve recurring revenues, and grow our development and sales team. We already have first business angel committed, and yeah, now we are really happy to answer your questions.
Great pitch, great energy. Let's continue with this energy from the jury. Kiana, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm very interested in who is your competitor, your direct competitor, and how do you structure the market? Who are the other players, and what is your unique proposition?
Yeah, great question, an important one. So we have 2 axes to differentiate ourselves. As I already told you, we are focusing on the hardware, the manufacturing industry, because there are a lot of competitors out there who focus on the software development, product development of software. So this is one of the main axes, and there you have, for example, a product board, which is doing great, doing great funding at the moment. And then we have a second axis, which is the tools for the project management, so task, road mapping, all those kind of stuff. And there we have Monday.com, AHA, Asana, all those people. But we really focus on the content creation, so how you develop the product, and not just task and road mapping and so on. Is that? Yeah.
So, as you said, the access for project management, and you have tools like Asana and Monday, and so in your in the SaaS that you have, how do you differentiate with the product management perspective? Is there some recipe that you have that is very unique to product management compared to project management, right?
Yeah. Shall I? Or?
Okay, I'm happy to answer that. So when you think about project management, it's all about organization and organizing this whole process. But what we actually offer is a workspace. So project management is like, hey, please, could you create the business case? But we are the place where the business case is actually created and documented and foundated with all the data that belongs to that.
I get that, but is there something specific to product management in the workspace that makes you unique and have an intellectual property, or is it just a SaaS that has tools and workspaces and so is it specific or is it agnostic to industry is what I want to learn.
So basically the platform behind is agnostic to the industry, but we really concentrate on the use case because we have like we have a good fit there with the long development process, with like the high amount of data that has to be structurally integrated within that process. Yeah.
Who wants to go? Robin.
So thanks of all for a fresh pitch, and I saw progress. In comparison with the last version I saw. So
Thank you.
well done so far. One short last question from my side. Maybe I'm always focusing on the tech side and the connectors and APIs. Are you covering the entire space there, or how many standard connectors are you planning to build, or have you already built in order to have a plug-and-play ready system?
So we've already built the connection to SharePoint, which is like the main file storage, obviously, that all the industrial manufacturing companies use. We've already built the integration towards Jira, and we're currently building the integrations towards Asana so that you can basically assign tasks via Asana and be redirected to Prodlane. What will maybe be relevant in the future, but we were surprised to find out that actually this is not the case for the actual product development, is connecting Prodlane to a PLM system, Product Lifecycle Management System. What we have found out is actually that the industrial manufacturing companies only start using the PLM once the product is fully developed. So it's not really part of the innovation cycle there. Yeah.
Cool.
Just a quick comment. I think there's a tool called Notion.io. I think Notion has a product management suite, like specifically on cataloging notes and documenting and all that. So would you place yourself close to Notion, or would you differentiate yourself?
So Notion is a wiki, is like an editor, like a wiki-like editor. And actually, when you remember, we have like the three parts of our software. We have the database, we have the collaborative workspace. So this is basically Notion, is like a workspace which you can use for collaboration. But what Notion lacks is like all the integrations to the all different file sources. And also Notion doesn't supply like the synchronized overview for the management dashboard. Yeah.
All right, I think then we're good to go. Thank you so much, Team Prodlane. It was a pleasure having you. Whoa. So I was actually the one supposed to fall off the stage. So I hope nobody is hurt now. Some excitement here. We want to continue now with our next team. You have seen a pitch from batch number 4, and this is going to continue with team CargoKite. We have Amelie, and she's going to talk about the future of cargo shipments. Welcome, Amelie.
Hello everyone, my name is Amelie Binder and I'm the CEO of CargoKite. Our mission is to turn the shipping industry from a legacy industry into the future of CargoKite shipping, which is clean and flexible. To understand the problem that we're solving, let's put ourselves in the shoes of any company that's importing or exporting goods. Their stores currently look something like that. Now, if you're the CEO of that company, that puts pressure on you and leaves you no choice but to, well, hire a McKinsey consultant to tell you what the problem is. And he's going to tell you that almost all goods are transported with container ships. And those container ships are currently stuck in congestions that look like that. And the congestions, in turn, have to do with a constant increase in size of ships. The first ship had 50 containers. The largest one today, 24,000 containers. And that's due to simple economies of scale. The larger the ship, the cheaper the price per container. Now, this has negative side effects. Shipping today is slow, unreliable, and inflexible, not to mention the heavy pollution of the industry. Now, back to you as a CEO. You need smaller ships because only smaller ships can go to smaller harbors, but they are more expensive. Companies are willing to pay that price. They're desperate. Amazon here is just one example of a company that even bought their own ships. The market is ripe for a new player, a player that combines the flexibility of small ships with zero emissions at competitive prices. And this is where we come into play. We have developed a new ship concept that only uses clean and free wind energy. The ships drive autonomously and they're small, hence very flexible. The main propulsion of the ship is a kite that literally pulls the ship. And that kite operates at 300 meters where there's always enough wind to get at any harbor, anytime. Now the ships can be produced serially, and you could replace every container ship in the world with multiple CargoKites. And our customers not only cut emissions, but they get back control over their supply chain. The market, a no-brainer, is very positive. It's huge and constantly growing. We aim to enter it through European routes, and this market already has a size of $12 billion. That's just Europe. Our team consists of my humble self, my amazing 3 co-founders, and a team of young tech talents. We combine both technical expertise in hardware and software with professional experience in engineering, consulting, and general management. And one slide back again. We have several LOIs from customers who want to transport goods with us. Our technology is patent pending. We have sophisticated simulations of the whole concept and are currently finishing a first vessel, small one though. And the roadmap is to constantly scale up now and reach series production in 2027. And allow me one last sentence. Our long-term vision is to cut 250 million tons of CO2 every year. That's possible with clean ocean transportation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as you can see, we have so many industries today. Kiana wants to go first.
Yeah, I have seen the kite technology already, and I'm wondering why didn't it got so big till today?
Well, I think you're referring to retrofits. It's possible to retrofit such kite systems to conventional container ships. And what they do is they help you to save emissions up to 15%, but that's on paper. It's usually 5% somewhat. The problem is that in shipping, the owner of the ship is not the person that operates the ship. So the owner would be the one to buy the kite, but the operator is paying for the fuel. So the owner doesn't have an interest in buying such a retrofit unless he knows he can charge more. But if there's 5%, maybe if the wind comes from the right angle, they can charge on top. So they're never going to invest in that. And this is a problem where they can't get in the market. And honestly, 100% compared to 5%, that's a huge jump. So I hope that's positive too.
Right. Anybody from the virtual stream?
Yeah, I'd be interested to learn which part of your technology is actually patented, and also a bit more about your personal background, how you came about launching this company.
The patent is pretty broad. It's supposed to cover the whole concept because it's really about the magic that we're doing has a lot to do with control engineering and what's built in the hull. And we combine different components, and that combination is what we have patented. So it's supposed to cover the concept. And are you asking about me personally or about the whole team?
Yeah, you personally for a start, and then maybe the rest of the team, like a bit of context.
Well, let me put it like this. Our CTO, Marcus, he came up with a concept, and he studied shipbuilding in Brazil. Maybe that's his connection to the ship industry. And we are a spin-off from the Technical University of Munich, and that's where I met Marcus. And he knew all of our co-founders, so he basically assembled the team, and this is how we got together as a team. He figured that we might be a good combination because we cover all the disciplines that are necessary to get this done.
Great, thanks.
Well, maybe last question from my side. First of all, great and very visionary concept. I would like to see this in place someday.
Thank you.
I would ask you if there are any limitations in terms of distances, or if there is a wind. How do you make sure that transportation is reliable with your boats?
Very good question. There is no geographical limitations, as I tried to make clear. The wind at this height is very stable, very strong, and occurs basically everywhere on the planet. doesn't really make sense to use these ships for domestic shipping. You have to land the kite all the time. And this goes to your question of reliability. There is an additional electric motor on board and a battery, but we can generate the necessary electricity during normal operation. So when there's a storm or you need to enter a harbor where it's legally not allowed to use a kite system, the kite safely lands on the ship, on the hull, and this electric motor takes over. The key to reliability is, again, software. We have a route planner that we already have a first version of that systematically uses wind data and calculates the optimal route and uses AI to get you your estimated time of arrival, but not to brag here.
Thanks. Very, very cool.
Thank you.
All right, applause for Team CargoKite. We are switching gears again from one media of transportation to the other. So we were on the sea. Now let's hop on a public vehicle for public transport. And I'm happy to welcome here next on stage the team of Urban Monkeys. We have Irene and Paul, and they will tell us a little bit about the future of city travel.
Hi, thanks for having us. My name is Irene, this is Paul. We are the founders of Urban Monkeys, and we want to show you today how we reimagine city travel. What would your perfect city trip look like? In the perfect scenario, you would just visit your best friend in the city, who would pick you up at arrival, plan all the days based on your wishes, showing you around, explaining you all the sights, and in the evening, that friend would take you out to cool local bars and restaurants, which of course they know as a local. But in reality, none of us has such a friend in each city. So what happens in reality? In reality, you have to face different problems. So for example, sightseeing offerings don't consider your individual preferences. They're super expensive or they require a lot of planning effort up front. So in the end, you just don't have this consistent, enjoyable, end-to-end experience which you actually want to have during your vacation days. This is where Urban Monkeys comes in. Our app is your digital best friend. It includes 4 features. First, the Inform feature has basic information, for example, how does the public transport works, or like local tips and tricks. Our Plan feature includes a short survey to understand what is important for you. So based on your personal preferences, it will give you a detailed itinerary, including everything which is important for you, for example, shopping opportunities, sightseeing, or whatever you want. Our Explore feature is hop-on, hop-off sightseeing tours, which are based on public buses. So we see in different cities public buses and trams passing all the sites. So you just need to get on the bus, start our audio guide, and enjoy the tour. Last but not least, our Connect function lets you connect to other travelers if you want to, may it be for asking questions or also to meet up for a beer. We are targeting young generation Y and Z city travelers across Europe, for example, solo travelers or couples and small groups. For them, we have validated the most common problems which we are solving with our app. Once we have all the features implemented, we will sell them through our short-term subscription model, so you can choose upfront for how many days you want to stay, and then unlock all the features for the respective time frame. In the top 10 European cities, our sum is almost 50 million euros per year, which is based on a 5% market share. And we are currently finishing our closed beta testing, so we have the MVP for the Explore and the Inform feature ready for Berlin, which we are currently testing in our team. And in the next phase, we will start validating this with real tourists in Berlin. And we are currently looking for an investment of 700K for the further implementation of features and the rollout to cities across Europe. Besides myself, you can see Paul, who is our CTO. We also have Oman on board, who is our head of engineering. So this was it. We hope you liked it, and we are very happy to answer your questions.
Yeah, very different idea. I want to open it up to our virtual jury members. What do you think?
I like it. Very interesting in terms of approach, especially hijacking public transportation, so that I haven't heard before. What do you think in terms of defensibility forward-looking? How are you going to structure your product that it's not something that gets copied that quickly?
I think it has different approaches. So on the one hand, we are creating the content for the sightseeing tours ourselves. And of course, I think most important is that we just want to give the best user experience that the tourists really deserve. Additionally, we want to connect this, or we want to build up this community within the app so that users are able, if they want to connect to other users who are currently in the same city. So it's a bit like, I mean, why are people, for example, going to hostels? Because they, of course, on the one hand, it's cheap, but also because they can connect to others, especially if you're traveling alone. And that's something that we want to build up as well.
Yeah, let me also throw in one point from a technical side on it. We are really passionate about our processes. So we know every city is changing, especially right now. We see a lot of change in every city in the world. So we focus on having lean processes and having highly automation on it. So we can make very swift updates on our product, which is then automatically being integrated directly in the app, basically.
Cool, thanks.
Kiana?
And I didn't really get, how do you get content on the page? Is it user-created content?
So for the sightseeing tours, we actually create the content ourselves. So, like, yeah, we really write the text and are currently using artificial intelligence, like artificial tools to create the audio guides. And for the plan feature, we will do it manually at first as well to pivot it, and then we'll automate it to connect like the data points to each other. So, for example, to suggest a good restaurant which is close to a museum you have visited first, for example.
Yeah, also, I mean, there's a lot of data available, right? So you have a lot of guides, you have a lot of other websites or tools or databases which are showing you about restaurants or general information about the city. And what we can do and what we are doing is we are bundling this information, and then we can personalize it based on the user's interest. And this is really new in the industry.
Kiana wants to, if you have more questions, just go for it. Fastest wins.
I was just arriving in Leipzig and I was looking on my watch and I was like, oh, I have still time to find a coffee place. And I was watching Google Maps and what is the data source you are getting? Like, because I'm a barista coffee fan, you know, I'm like really a problematic client of your app. So how do I find in your app a very good barista coffee place? Because the one here was, by the way, crappy, but
at the main station.
Yeah, so it's 2 points. First, you would not be our core customer because you're only looking for coffee and then you're out, right? So we are really focusing on city tourists who spend more than 1 day or at least 1 day in the city. But then we will try to get information about you. So what are you passionate about? For you, it would be coffee, right? So you would be interested in food and beverages. And then we would give you recommendations based on information, right? So we know, for example, you could go to TripAdvisor, which is pretty famous, I guess everyone knows it here. And TripAdvisor has like every coffee in the city, right? So, and they are rated. So this is one source we get data from. But there's also competitors. We have Yelp, we have Google, and we can bundle all of this information in the app and then give you like objective reviews and objective recommendations in the city.
All right, thank you very much. We have talked a lot about coffee, but there's one more team before our coffee break. Thank you so much for being with us. All the best. Yeah, because the next team is a really special one, and we are more than excited to have the team of Pinpoint here with us. They will talk a little bit about how the physical and the virtual world can grow together. And the special thing about them, they have not participated in our program, but they're still super talented from the region. And that's why they received a wild card for today's pitch event. So welcome with me on stage, team of Pinpoint.
Yeah, hi, I'm Thomas from Pinpoint, and with our startup, we want to bring GPS satellites into the buildings. But why should we do this? You're probably familiar with this too. You're arriving at an unfamiliar train station, do not know where you are, you don't know where your connecting train or bus starts, you even do not have a ticket for this connecting tram, and of course you are hungry from the journey and like to eat something, but you still don't have time for doing this. So what could help you? A pinpoint positioning system for indoor environments would help you to enable services from app providers for automatic ticketing that automatically brings you the correct ticket for your public transport, an indoor navigation system that leads you even through the complexest buildings, and a zero-rate service such as an instant food pickup that don't waste your times in queues. So how do we provide this? Yeah, for this we have our building satellites in this mini version. There, in this device runs our firmware. This firmware employs our patent-pending technologies for a highly synchronized network. And of course, we are delivering app services with which app providers can build services and pay-per-use models for their apps. Yeah, how do we want to bring it to the market? We are targeting to license our firmware to device manufacturers and to IC manufacturers, so that this technology can be integrated in every building. And our app services should be then integrated into daily life apps to incorporate the position information for these services. The team behind this model are 3 persons with more than 50 years of experiences in technology and research development, and of course, project management and product design. We are currently structuring our first financing round and would like to speak with you about this in the next minutes. Thank you.
Good job. Excellent timing. I can remember you improved a lot, feedback taken immediately. Yeah, what does our jury think about this pitch? I think it goes well with the first one together, so maybe you should think about a collaboration. Kashyap, you want to go first?
Yeah. So I'm a little curious on the technology you're using. Are you kind of using time difference of arrival methodology?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is what we do. The technology is called ultra-wideband. It's a technology that is available since already 10 to 15 years, but in very specific market shares. And the whole market changed when the mobile phone manufacturers started to integrate that technology into the new or the next generations of mobile phones. And this happened in the last 1.5 years. And also the car manufacturers integrate this ultra-wideband technology to enable car access, hands-free car access. And while this technology is spreading, we have a solution that actually brings it into the building and allows the services that Thomas just pointed out. The main use case is indoor navigation, of course, but you can build a lot of services on top of that.
Yeah, and your business model is to sell it to the mobile manufacturers and not to the consumers. Like, you're not looking at making consumer apps in that?
Yes, okay. That's true. It's a business-to-business model. So we try to sell our technology to integrators, which actually then spread into the different markets, as Thomas told or showed. Yeah, it's like, of course, the public transportation market, but it could also go into like the fairs, into consumer buildings, into all the complex buildings where a lot of people are. And we have a very specific unique selling point. The technology, or the way we use the technology, brings actually really, for this infrastructure in the building, it brings costs very low. Because you can have just the satellites, as Thomas told or showed, and there's no network, no wiring required to do that.
Do you also have some patents pending on this? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Robin wants to go next.
Well, yes, a great enabling technology. Thanks for presenting and pitching. I wonder how many of these satellites or devices I would need to cover the Leipzig train station, and how much does it cost?
Okay, it depends. It depends on the whole area. That means one of these devices covers 100 square meters. So just assume we have as an example the train station in Chemnitz. That's around about 30,000 of square meters. And yeah, these 100 is in space, or it's in medium. We calculated there around about, 300 devices.
200 to 300 devices. Yeah. And the story behind that is the devices are actually just to show people that this technology works, but we integrate our IP and our technology in very small, tiny modules that actually should go into the lamps, into the fire alarm systems, into like they go like satellites, like mini satellites into other devices.
And how much does it cost at this point in time? One device?
Yeah, one device in our business model costs now 100 euros. And you of course need a license for the software and for the background services. And this is again based on the area, and this is an additional cost of 100 euros per year per device.
One more question, who's doing the maintenance of this entire system afterwards, after you deployed it?
Well, it's similar to what you have with Wi-Fi infrastructure, and this is also when we talk about pricing. We have a pricing that is about the industrial Wi-Fi equipment. So if some train station wants to equip a certain area with Wi-Fi, in a similar price range is where we operate. And naturally, it's the same people who actually run the building that have and operate this infrastructure, and also have the ability to install that and to maintain.
All right, maybe we can ask Aline if you have one more comment, because that's going to be your last pitch before you have to head off, unfortunately. If you have a comment or a remark and want to say goodbye to the group, now would be your time. We don't see the picture.
Yeah, maybe just a quick one in terms of next step. What's next on your product roadmap?
Well, next on the planned roadmap is to run POCs. We already have some POCs, but we need to extend them to very dedicated big integrators like T-Systems or Bechtle or other companies like that who go into the market. But we need to run POCs, and we have one in the train station. We now want to go to a fair. We hope that we can equip the embedded world in June in Nuremberg. Or a specific area there. And then we also want to go into a stadium, maybe in Leipzig here, would be good.
Awesome. Any more comments, Aline, from your side to the group, as we can see you now on the big screen?
No more comments. Thanks for having me, and happy to follow up afterwards individually, because I'm missing out on the second part. So in case someone still wants to talk, just reach out, please.
Awesome. Your email address will be shared. Thank you so much. Also for the others, I know it's been a draining ride, but you made it. Thanks, Team Pinpoint.
Thanks for inviting us.
Thank you.
Yes, stick around. So yeah, if you want to show my slides now, it's the well-deserved coffee break. I know everybody's desperately waiting for it. I can see some caffeine needed in this room. But we see each other again for more pitches at 4 p.m. So please be back on time for the ones on the live stream. Come back and see you soon. Have a good break.
Es war extrem fordernd, lehrreich und insgesamt einfach eine super einzigartige Erfahrung. Ich bin Maurice, ich bin Teilnehmer des ersten Batches vom HHL Digital Space Inkubationsprogramm und ich habe teilgenommen mit meinem Startup Planet Points.
Der HHL Digital Space ist ein frühphasiger Tech-Inkubator. Wir unterstützen Gründende dabei, von ihrer ersten Idee bis zum Markteintritt, bis zum ersten Prototypen begleitet zu werden. Das machen wir in einer sehr strukturierten Form mit agilen Unterstützungsformaten, um bestmöglich diese Ideen der Gründenden zu validieren.
Ja, vor dem Programm haben mein Mitgründer und ich das Gefühl gehabt, dass wir das Problem, das wir lösen wollten, noch nicht so ganz richtig verstanden haben. Und da hat eben dieser strukturierte Ansatz vom Inkubationsprogramm extrem geholfen, quasi als Anleitung bis hin zur Gründung.
Unser Inkubationsprogramm basiert auf Methoden aus der Unternehmertumsforschung und der unternehmerischen Praxis. Die erprobten Methoden helfen GründerInnen in einer sehr, sehr frühen Phase von einer ersten Idee sich hin zu einem langfristig erfolgreichen Geschäftsmodell zu entwickeln. Wir arbeiten dabei von Tag 1 an sehr, sehr kundenorientiert, basierend auf Hypothesen und mit vollem Einsatz. Das macht unser Programm besonders.
Das Feedback, das wir bekommen haben, war für uns besonders hilfreich. Wir haben teilweise sehr harte und sehr direkte Kritik und Feedback bekommen. Und das haben wir eben annehmen können und haben dadurch super viel gelernt. Also ein weiteres Plus war definitiv das Netzwerk vom HHL Digital Space. Wir konnten in der Zeit von vielen erfolgreichen Gründern und Gründerinnen lernen und uns eben auch mit verschiedenen Experten und Expertinnen connecten, um unsere Idee eben weiter zu verbessern.
Die HHL als renommierte Gründerhochschule hat bereits ein sehr weitreichendes Netzwerk an erfahrenen Gründenden, aber auch Investierenden. Und im Digital Space sind wir sehr froh, dass wir auf dieses Netzwerk zurückgreifen können und unseren Startup-Teams in dieser frühen Phase die richtigen Kontakte schon mit an die Hand geben können. So können sie Fehler vermeiden, die vielleicht sonst erst in einer späteren Phase auftreten würden. Und das klappt hier sehr, sehr gut und wir sind sehr froh, dieses Netzwerk zu haben.
Seit über 120 Jahren gehört Unternehmertum zur DNA der HHL. Schon immer waren Transformation, Wandel, Antreiber für unternehmerisches Gestalten an der Handelshochschule Leipzig. Mit dem HHL Digital Space haben wir einen Raum geschaffen, wo Ideen für digitale Geschäftsmodelle erfolgreich umgesetzt werden können.
Es war extrem fordernd, lehrreich und insgesamt einfach eine super einzigartige Erfahrung. Ich bin Maurice, ich bin Teilnehmer des ersten Batches vom HHL Digital Space Inkubationsprogramm und ich habe teilgenommen mit meinem Startup Planet Points.
Der HHL Digital Space ist ein frühphasiger Tech-Inkubator. Wir unterstützen Gründende dabei, von ihrer ersten Idee bis zum Markteintritt, bis zum ersten Prototypen begleitet zu werden. Das machen wir in einer sehr strukturierten Form mit agilen Unterstützungsformaten, um bestmöglich diese Ideen der Gründenden zu validieren.
Ja, vor dem Programm haben mein Mitgründer und ich das Gefühl gehabt, dass wir das Problem, das wir lösen wollten, noch nicht so ganz richtig verstanden haben. Und da hat eben dieser strukturierte Ansatz vom Inkubationsprogramm extrem geholfen, quasi als Anleitung bis hin zur Gründung.
Unser Inkubationsprogramm basiert auf Methoden aus der Unternehmertumsforschung und der unternehmerischen Praxis. Die erprobten Methoden helfen GründerInnen in einer sehr, sehr frühen Phase von einer ersten Idee sich hin zu einem langfristig erfolgreichen Geschäftsmodell zu entwickeln. Wir arbeiten dabei von Tag 1 an sehr, sehr kundenorientiert, basierend auf Hypothesen und mit vollem Einsatz. Das macht unser Programm besonders.
Das Feedback, das wir bekommen haben, war für uns besonders hilfreich. Wir haben teilweise sehr harte und sehr direkte Kritik und Feedback bekommen. Und das haben wir eben annehmen können und haben dadurch super viel gelernt. Also ein weiteres Plus war definitiv das Netzwerk vom HHL Digital Space. Wir konnten in der Zeit von vielen erfolgreichen Gründern und Gründerinnen lernen und uns eben auch mit verschiedenen Experten und Expertinnen connecten, um unsere Idee eben weiter zu verbessern.
Die HHL als renommierte Gründerhochschule hat bereits ein sehr weitreichendes Netzwerk an erfahrenen Gründenden, aber auch Investierenden. Und im Digital Space sind wir sehr froh, dass wir auf dieses Netzwerk zurückgreifen können und unseren Startup-Teams in dieser frühen Phase die richtigen Kontakte schon mit an die Hand geben können. So können sie Fehler vermeiden, die vielleicht sonst erst in einer späteren Phase auftreten würden. Und das klappt hier sehr, sehr gut und wir sind sehr froh, dieses Netzwerk zu haben.
Seit über 120 Jahren gehört Unternehmertum zur DNA der HHL. Schon immer war Transformation, Wandel, Antreiber für unternehmerisches Gestalten an der Handelshochschule Leipzig. Mit dem HHL Digital Space haben wir einen Raum geschaffen, wo Ideen für digitale Geschäftsmodelle erfolgreich umgesetzt werden können.
Es war extrem fordernd, lehrreich und insgesamt einfach eine super einzigartige Erfahrung. Ich bin Maurice, ich bin Teilnehmer des ersten Batches vom HHL Digital Space Inkubationsprogramm und ich habe teilgenommen mit meinem Startup Planet Points.
Der HHL Digital Space ist ein frühphasiger Tech-Inkubator. Wir unterstützen Gründende dabei, von ihrer ersten Idee bis zum Markteintritt, bis zum ersten Prototypen begleitet zu werden. Das machen wir in einer sehr strukturierten Form mit agilen Unterstützungsformaten, um bestmöglich diese Ideen der Gründenden zu validieren.
Ja, vor dem Programm haben mein Mitgründer und ich das Gefühl gehabt, dass wir das Problem, das wir lösen wollten, noch nicht so ganz richtig verstanden haben. Und da hat eben dieser strukturierte Ansatz vom Inkubationsprogramm extrem geholfen, quasi als Anleitung bis hin zur Gründung.
Unser Inkubationsprogramm basiert auf Methoden aus der Unternehmertumsforschung und der unternehmerischen Praxis. Die erprobten Methoden helfen GründerInnen in einer sehr, sehr frühen Phase von einer ersten Idee sich hin zu einem langfristig erfolgreichen Geschäftsmodell zu entwickeln. Wir arbeiten dabei von Tag 1 an sehr, sehr kundenorientiert, basierend auf Hypothesen und mit vollem Einsatz. Das macht unser Programm besonders.
Das Feedback, das wir bekommen haben, war für uns besonders hilfreich. Wir haben teilweise sehr harte und sehr direkte Kritik und Feedback bekommen. Und das haben wir eben annehmen können und haben dadurch super viel gelernt. Also ein weiteres Plus war definitiv das Netzwerk vom HHL Digital Space. Wir konnten in der Zeit von vielen erfolgreichen Gründern und Gründerinnen lernen und uns eben auch mit verschiedenen Experten und Expertinnen connecten, um unsere Idee eben weiter zu verbessern.
Die HHL als renommierte Gründerhochschule hat bereits ein sehr weitreichendes Netzwerk an erfahrenen Gründenden, aber auch Investierenden. Und im Digital Space sind wir sehr froh, dass wir auf dieses Netzwerk zurückgreifen können und unseren Startup-Teams in dieser frühen Phase die richtigen Kontakte schon mit an die Hand geben können. So können sie Fehler vermeiden, die vielleicht sonst erst in einer späteren Phase auftreten würden. Und das klappt hier sehr, sehr gut und wir sind sehr froh, dieses Netzwerk zu haben.
Seit über 120 Jahren gehört Unternehmertum zur DNA der HHL. Schon immer war Transformation, Wandel, Antreiber für unternehmerisches Gestalten an der Handelshochschule Leipzig. Mit dem HHL Digital Space haben wir einen Raum geschaffen, wo Ideen für digitale Geschäftsmodelle erfolgreich umgesetzt werden können.
Es war extrem fordernd, lehrreich und insgesamt einfach eine super einzigartige Erfahrung. Ich bin Maurice, ich bin Teilnehmer des ersten Batches vom HHL Digital Space Inkubationsprogramm und ich habe teilgenommen mit meinem Startup Planet Points.
Der HHL Digital Space ist ein frühphasiger Tech-Inkubator. Wir unterstützen Gründende dabei, von ihrer ersten Idee bis zum Markteintritt, bis zum ersten Prototypen begleitet zu werden. Das machen wir in einer sehr strukturierten Form mit agilen Unterstützungsformaten, um bestmöglich diese Ideen der Gründenden zu validieren.
Ja, vor dem Programm haben mein Mitgründer und ich das Gefühl gehabt, dass wir das Problem, das wir lösen wollten, noch nicht so ganz richtig verstanden haben. Und da hat eben dieser strukturierte Ansatz vom Inkubationsprogramm extrem geholfen, quasi als Anleitung bis hin zur Gründung.
Unser Inkubationsprogramm basiert auf Methoden aus der Unternehmertumsforschung und der unternehmerischen Praxis. Die erprobten Methoden helfen GründerInnen in einer sehr, sehr frühen Phase von einer ersten Idee sich hin zu einem langfristig erfolgreichen Geschäftsmodell zu entwickeln. Wir arbeiten dabei von Tag 1 an sehr, sehr kundenorientiert, basierend auf Hypothesen und mit vollem Einsatz. Das macht unser Programm besonders.
Das Feedback, das wir bekommen haben, war für uns besonders hilfreich. Wir haben teilweise sehr harte und sehr direkte Kritik und Feedback bekommen. Und das haben wir eben annehmen können und haben dadurch super viel gelernt. Also ein weiteres Plus war definitiv das Netzwerk vom HHL Digital Space. Wir konnten in der Zeit von vielen erfolgreichen Gründern und Gründerinnen lernen und uns eben auch mit verschiedenen Experten und Expertinnen connecten, um unsere Idee eben weiter zu verbessern.
Die HHL als renommierte Gründerhochschule hat bereits ein sehr weitreichendes Netzwerk an erfahrenen Gründenden, aber auch Investierenden. Und im Digital Space sind wir sehr froh, dass wir auf dieses Netzwerk zurückgreifen können und unseren Startup-Teams in dieser frühen Phase die richtigen Kontakte schon mit an die Hand geben können. So können sie Fehler vermeiden, die vielleicht sonst erst in einer späteren Phase auftreten würden. Und das klappt hier sehr, sehr gut und wir sind sehr froh, dieses Netzwerk zu haben.
Seit über 120 Jahren gehört Unternehmertum zur DNA der HHL. Schon immer war Transformation, Wandel, Antreiber für unternehmerisches Gestalten an der Handelshochschule Leipzig. Mit dem HHL Digital Space haben wir einen Raum geschaffen, wo Ideen für digitale Geschäftsmodelle erfolgreich umgesetzt werden können.
Es war extrem fordernd, lehrreich und insgesamt einfach eine super einzigartige Erfahrung. Ich bin Maurice, ich bin Teilnehmer des ersten Batches vom HHL Digital Space Inkubationsprogramm und ich habe teilgenommen mit meinem Startup Planet Points.
Der HHL Digital Space ist ein frühphasiger Tech-Inkubator. Wir unterstützen Gründende dabei, von ihrer ersten Idee bis zum Markteintritt, bis zum ersten Prototypen begleitet zu werden. Das machen wir in einer sehr strukturierten Form mit agilen Unterstützungsformaten, um bestmöglich diese Ideen der Gründenden zu validieren.
Ja, vor dem Programm haben mein Mitgründer und ich das Gefühl gehabt, dass wir das Problem, das wir lösen wollten, noch nicht so ganz richtig verstanden haben. Und da hat eben dieser strukturierte Ansatz vom Inkubationsprogramm extrem geholfen, quasi als Anleitung bis hin zur Gründung.
Unser Inkubationsprogramm basiert auf Methoden aus der Unternehmertumsforschung und der unternehmerischen Praxis. Die erprobten Methoden helfen GründerInnen in einer sehr, sehr frühen Phase von einer ersten Idee sich hin zu einem langfristig erfolgreichen Geschäftsmodell zu entwickeln. Wir arbeiten dabei von Tag 1 an sehr, sehr kundenorientiert, basierend auf Hypothesen und mit vollem Einsatz. Das macht unser Programm besonders.
Das Feedback, das wir bekommen haben, war für uns besonders hilfreich. Wir haben teilweise sehr harte und sehr direkte Kritik und Feedback bekommen. Und das haben wir eben annehmen können und haben dadurch super viel gelernt. Also ein weiteres Plus war definitiv das Netzwerk vom HHL Digital Space. Wir konnten in der Zeit von vielen erfolgreichen Gründern und Gründerinnen lernen und uns eben auch mit verschiedenen Experten und Expertinnen connecten, um unsere Idee eben weiter zu verbessern.
Die HHL als renommierte Gründerhochschule hat bereits ein sehr weitreichendes Netzwerk an erfahrenen Gründenden, aber auch Investierenden. Und im Digital Space sind wir sehr froh, dass wir auf dieses Netzwerk zurückgreifen können und unseren Startup-Teams in dieser frühen Phase die richtigen Kontakte schon mit an die Hand geben können. So können sie Fehler vermeiden, die vielleicht sonst erst in einer späteren Phase auftreten würden. Und das klappt hier sehr, sehr gut und wir sind sehr froh, dieses Netzwerk zu haben.
Seit über 120 Jahren gehört Unternehmertum zur DNA der HHL. Schon immer war Transformation, Wandel, Antreiber für unternehmerisches Gestalten an der Handelshochschule Leipzig. Mit dem HHL Digital Space haben wir einen Raum geschaffen, wo Ideen für digitale Geschäftsmodelle erfolgreich umgesetzt werden können.
Es war extrem fordernd, lehrreich und insgesamt einfach eine super einzigartige Erfahrung. Ich bin Maurice, ich bin Teilnehmer des ersten Batches vom HHL Digital Space Inkubationsprogramm und ich habe teilgenommen mit meinem Startup Planet Points.
Der HHL Digital Space ist ein frühphasiger Tech-Inkubator. Wir unterstützen Gründende dabei, von ihrer ersten Idee bis zum Markteintritt, bis zum ersten Prototypen begleitet zu werden. Das machen wir in einer sehr strukturierten Form mit agilen Unterstützungsformaten, um bestmöglich diese Ideen der Gründenden zu validieren.
Ja, vor dem Programm haben mein Mitgründer und ich das Gefühl gehabt, dass wir das Problem, das wir lösen wollten, noch nicht so ganz richtig verstanden haben. Und da hat eben dieser strukturierte Ansatz vom Inkubationsprogramm extrem geholfen, quasi als Anleitung bis hin zur Gründung.
Unser Inkubationsprogramm basiert auf Methoden aus der Unternehmertumsforschung und der unternehmerischen Praxis. Die erprobten Methoden helfen GründerInnen in einer sehr, sehr frühen Phase von einer ersten Idee sich hin zu einem langfristig erfolgreichen Geschäftsmodell zu entwickeln. Wir arbeiten dabei von Tag 1 an sehr, sehr kundenorientiert, basierend auf Hypothesen und mit vollem Einsatz. Das macht unser Programm besonders.
Das Feedback, das wir bekommen haben, war für uns besonders hilfreich. Wir haben teilweise sehr harte und sehr direkte Kritik und Feedback bekommen. Und das haben wir eben annehmen können und haben dadurch super viel gelernt. Also ein weiteres Plus war definitiv das Netzwerk vom HHL Digital Space. Wir konnten in der Zeit von vielen erfolgreichen Gründern und Gründerinnen lernen und uns eben auch mit verschiedenen Experten und Expertinnen connecten, um unsere Idee eben weiter zu verbessern.
Die HHL als renommierte Gründerhochschule hat bereits ein sehr weitreichendes Netzwerk an erfahrenen Gründenden, aber auch Investierenden. Und im Digital Space sind wir sehr froh, dass wir auf dieses Netzwerk zurückgreifen können und unseren Startup-Teams in dieser frühen Phase die richtigen Kontakte schon mit an die Hand geben können. So können sie Fehler vermeiden, die vielleicht sonst erst in einer späteren Phase auftreten würden. Und das klappt hier sehr, sehr gut und wir sind sehr froh, dieses Netzwerk zu haben.
Seit über 120 Jahren gehört Unternehmertum zur DNA der HHL. Schon immer war Transformation, Wandel, Antreiber für unternehmerisches Gestalten an der Handelshochschule Leipzig. Mit dem HHL Digital Space haben wir einen Raum geschaffen, wo Ideen für digitale Geschäftsmodelle erfolgreich umgesetzt werden können.
All right. We hope you all had a good coffee break here, at least at Hyperion Leipzig, with some ice cream and coffee. So next time you should definitely join us on site. With these sweets in our stomachs, we are more than happy. Our jury is joining us now as well to welcome the next pitch team here on stage. And so We know that Easter is approaching soon, and we are probably giving some gifts to our loved ones. And so with this team, we get some more inspiration how gift giving of the future could look like. And that's why it's my absolute great pleasure to welcome here the team of Better Presence, Ole and Katharina.
Hi everyone.
We're Ollie.
And Katharina, and we are going to change how people shop for presents. Ole and I started independently from each other with a problem that we face frequently ourselves. Every time we need a present, we get stressed because we lack inspiration. According to our own survey, we are not alone. Half of you should know this problem yourself. And the gift-giving market is big. Alone in Germany, it's 80 billion euros. But why do people get stressed? For specific products or services, there are companies which are on top of the mind. As an example, hotel, Trivago, fashion, About You, and perfume, Flaconi. But what's your first address when looking for gifts? You got it, right? There's no category leader so far. Better Presence will fill the gap. Better Presence digitizes the gift-giving journey for you, starting with creating profiles for your loved ones. Better Presence then recommends sustainable present ideas by matching personal characteristics with our database of potential present ideas. And of course, you can buy these present ideas instantly. Better Presence is your Tinder for gift. And the great thing is you can find presents year after year, like a subscription. We've already built an MVP, which was very well received by its users. At peak times, we had over 2,000 unique visitors a day on our website. And we already gained first revenue in December last year. If you want to seek present ideas and want to have a look on our MVP, you can find us with Google, since we are ranking first with the search term Better Presence.
Besides these achievements, the digital space really helped us to identify our biggest challenges. Namely, the high seasonality around Christmas, the impact of the conversion and retention rate on our unit economics, and the diverse competition that is either existing or forming. We want to overcome these challenges by being very operational from day one. This means adding new functionalities to our existing MVP, as well as products as present ideas. We want to focus on our app launch and on SEO to get first traction, in order to improve from there to become the #1 service for gift giving in the long term. We believe we identified a great business idea to an existing problem that can be bootstrapped. So therefore, we would ask everyone in the room basically to help us with your expertise and introductions to especially affiliate marketing and bootstrapping experts. So let us strengthen personal relationships and making gift giving a little bit more sustainable through Better Presence.
Fantastic. I hope you all got some inspirations for the next festives upcoming. Who wants to go first from our jury? Maybe let's see if we have Birte still on the call with us. Birte, can you hear and see us?
And the presence that you then recommend on your app.
Can you
How
repeat
do you create the presence?
Can you repeat the question? We couldn't hear the first part.
Yeah, of course. How do you find the presence that you recommend with your app or your platform? And how do you rank them to make it the best fit?
So basically, in our MVP, we have already a community, and they have already uploaded lots of present ideas. And of course, we have enriched these present idea base with some present as well. And we already have some first affiliate partners who are collaborating with us, and some present ideas are from them as well.
And on which customers are you focusing?
First, we are focusing especially on people who are early adopters, but who are young, who are have a lack of time in their daily life and who normally feel stressed, which is basically half of us. And but then in the end, we are focusing, or we are targeting everyone who likes to strengthen relationship and needs a presence year after year.
So, but there's no focus yet on the present side. Like, you don't focus on like experience presence versus material presence, or like, for example, sports or traveling or something like that.
That is actually exactly what we want to solve. So as we've shown so far, there are experts where you can basically buy one of those categories right now. But if you want to make a present and you don't know what this present might be, there's no central address where you can go and find basically everything.
All right.
More comments from the jury.
So when I Google Geschenke or like type in Geschenke.de, I don't find any appropriate, like, comparable product as your startup.
Yeah, that's true. So we identify, or we analyze the competitor market as well. If you could go to 26, then we can have a look on it. Okay. It's a few slides. But yes, you're definitely right. So we have, for example, competitors such as Amazon as an example, where you can get lots of things, but they're not focusing on gift giving, and it's like you're overwhelming. So we found something which is very nice. It's called paradox of choice. So if you have too much choice, you're overwhelmed, you can't find anything. And so on the other hand side, Geschenke.de, for example, they have gifts, but if you look at these gifts, normally they are not very sustainable because it's subjective, but we assume there are lots of gifts there are unwanted and not really used then. And that's what we want to solve.
Thanks for the presentation. Nice business idea, I guess, especially if you can make it a personalized present. And I think the key is to get those informations of the people who are going to get those presents then. And I just wonder what informations are required and how do you care about GDPR and those topics in order to have a good but reliable and secure solution for everyone.
Yes, very good question. So the first step here is basically digitizing how gift giving is done today. So if you, as someone who wants to make a great gift, doesn't know what you get for, let's say, your girlfriend, you might talk to friends who also know your girlfriend, and those friends very likely will ask you, well, what does she like, what does she do, and so on. So these questions are actually targeting interests of person. And even though someone who makes the present knows these interests of the person that receives the present, they know the interests, but they are not aware that these interests can actually lead them to identify a great present idea. So we kind of digitize this discovery motors by asking for interests of the present receiver and then matching this with our database of products and present ideas to suggest great present ideas. At a later point, this obviously can be scaled by identifying probably trends and also interests of persons while analyzing their social media.
Yeah, it's a very good approach. I just wonder if you are not building those social profiles then on your product and how you make sure that this is secure and no one is hacking you and get those personalized data about the interests of your girlfriend, your mom, your dad, and your other friends.
Yes, definitely. So there we have to take care that we don't have like the full name, for example, or other key identifiers, which then leads to the person itself. So this needs to be, that's data we are not allowed to capture. And then we are fulfilling the GDPR constraints.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks for your pitch, Team Better Presence. All the best for you.
Thank you, and happy to connect later for some of your expertise.
You see our overview here. Next up, we are expecting Lavelio, and they will be talking about the future of social media and what can be achieved there with artificial intelligence. Welcome, Moritz and Bernhard.
Hi guys, we are Lavelio and we revolutionize how great content is made. When we think of Lavelio, we think of the Palantir for content optimization, creating a solution for multiple platforms, all major media types, and for multiple purposes. And with the new Web3, we see that the future of the internet is actually even more creator and content based, thus resulting in a huge opportunity for content optimization. With our product, we are in the market of digital marketing software, which is around $65 billion and is growing heavily at 19% per year. With 200 million Instagram business accounts, as well as 1.4 billion published posts by them, Instagram was a very easy choice as our ramp-up market. With their huge customer base, as well as the highest engagement in social media, this was the very best option for our first market. So for our customers, we offer a self-service online tool with 4 key areas. The profile insights, where there is the analysis of the corporate accounts, the industry trends, where we look at the competitors of those corporations, and then there's a split between organic content, such as posts and stories, as well as paid performance ads. So with Lavelio, our customers get deep insights into their target groups, database decision-making, and improved key performance metrics. Yeah, here you can see a demo of our online platform, how it looks like. So the user logs in, instantly gets a dashboard with the most relevant information. But if he wants to get real detailed information about the content and how it performs, he can head over to the Profile Insights tab, choose from different categories, and actually see what drives reach, what drives engagement or likes.
So, by providing actionable recommendations to our customers, we managed to improve the social media performance of key players such as Dr. Oetker, Oceans Apart, and Jungglück. And for one of our clients, we even managed a turnaround of the engagement rates that were decreasing in the last year. And when we enter the market, we offer 3 different levels of subscription. For the social media newbies, we have our basic package. And for the heavy content creators and social sales machines, we have the advanced and premium packages respectively. And when we at Lavelio think about the next 12 months, we see 3 major milestones. At the moment, we are testing and developing the self-service dashboard with selected customers. And until October, we want to develop Lavelio 1.0, a fully optimized platform that enables organic and paid content analysis, as well as video analytics. And by March next year, we've onboarded Facebook as well as LinkedIn to our platform. And this is a lovely team of Lavelio that will make this happen, with Laura, Bernhard, and me, Moritz. Thank you for listening to how we want to revolutionize content creation.
Applause. Looking at our jury, I think Kiana has the first word here.
Many questions. I leave some of them to you. So what is the average ticket that you're targeting from a customer, and what is the costs of acquiring this customer?
So the average ticket size of our customers is around €5,000 for our customers up until now, and costs for acquisition are pretty low. I think it's around $100 to $200. In terms of actual costs we need for the analysis, it's practically zero, because it's just server calls and they are very not sales intensive.
But how does the sales process look like then, that it's so low?
Since we're B2B, we focus right now heavily on direct sales. So we have Laura, our sales machine, who is currently doing sales. That's why she's not here. And yeah, for now we have been strongly leveraging our HHL network. So we have a lot of corporations that we can get into contact with. For the future, of course, we plan to increase this by paid ads with Google ads mainly.
Robin, you want to go next?
As I know you for a while now, and I had a few comments already in the past, I'm still a bit curious about the data you're gathering. Is it a API you need from all those platforms in order to get the data? Or can you just log in with account in order to crawl the pictures and information needed? So I'm basically back to the technical part of your product.
Great question. So we can do both, actually. So for the customers we're currently working with, we have the access to the Facebook Graph API, where we get all of the insights data, so reach and engagement. But for customers we haven't been working with until now, we also have the option to crawl the data there and already give them a feeling of how this analysis could look like, which gives us also a great advantage in the sales process already, because we can show them something of an analysis already with public data.
So also, is this sort of going to be a tool for the digital marketing companies as well? The mid layer, like there's somebody in between the company and the end consumer, right? So
you mean like agencies, for example?
Agencies, yeah. The DMAs, the digital marketing agencies.
Yeah, we have actually already been in contact with them. Right now we're focusing really much on very B2C heavy companies that rely on Instagram as their marketing source also, which drive a lot of sales. But of course, agencies are also a very interesting market to tap into.
Right. Further questions, Robin? Oh, Goethe?
Yeah, a voice from the off.
Yes, please, go ahead.
With your tools, are you able to analyze trends on Instagram, for example?
Yeah, that's what we have actually been doing also with some of our customers. So when we look at industry competitors, for example, we can derive sort of trends, what is going on currently, also for certain campaigns. For the last customers, for example, the Black Friday campaign was very interesting to look at. So we did an analysis there, could see, okay, what are the trends upcoming? And yeah, so yes.
That's cool. And then second question, you mentioned that you generate actionable insights for your customers. Are they self-generated, or do you have to look on them manually?
So in the past, there was still some sort of manual, maybe Moritz can talk about it more. I'm talking so much.
Yes. So in the past, there used to be a lot of manual work that was also going inside the process. Currently, we are on the stage, or at the stage of where mostly is automated. And by October, so when we have Lavelio 1.0, the fully automated platform, we want to minimize manual work. So the insights or the recommendations are actually provided completely automatic.
Sounds cool.
Robin, last words.
All right, thanks. One last question I'm interested in. How do you care about potential competition through the socials themselves, like the online or onboard tools they're going to provide soon to have analytics on their own platform?
Good question. So we have seen, for example, for Instagram, there is some sort of insights you can get from Instagram Insights, it's then called, but the actual information value of this is very, very low. And if Facebook or Meta would have wanted to join this market, my guess is they would have already done it. But it seems like that it's not that interesting for them. So we see there's still a great opportunity because they simply don't.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Team Lavelio. All the best for you. Fingers crossed for your journey. Thanks for being with us. So just in time, Dominic is running on the stage already. Thank you very much for being with us. Next topic is about SMEs. Yes, and here's the music. The stage is yours.
Thanks a lot. Hi, it's working. It's working? Yeah. Hi, I'm Dominic, co-founder of Cyber Insight. We enable companies to become and remain cyber secure and compliant. When you look at these numbers, you see that cybersecurity and regulations are still very important topics for SMEs. But for us, there are actually two questions that are more prominent. Why are current solutions failing, or is this the best we can achieve? We don't think it's the best we can achieve in the market. In our interviews with the companies, with the SMEs, we found out there are mainly three problems. The communication between the service providers and the SME. Right now, the current very good software is too complex for them, and they actually don't do individual risk assessments. This is actually what we think is a key topic. In our consultancy, we already solved this several times with large customers. We call it a data-driven and risk-based approach. This was actually so good that even the authorities asked our clients what they are doing differently because they were so much better than the peer group. We are bringing this now to our software. And the main target of the software is actually the understandable risk overview and recommendations. But to get to this, we are running risk assessments. Then we are doing a data-driven multifactorial risk evaluation, where we actually usually say, we built the car, what one has to have. We were running a prototype of the interactive risk analysis and the reporting, and received very favorable scores from our clients, or potential clients, and 3 service providers signed already up to distribute the software to their clients. We are sure that we are differentiate clearly in the market by 3 factors: the multifactorial risk evaluation, the individual prioritization, and the comprehensibility for SMEs. The total market itself consists out of 26 million SMEs. We plan to acquire 14,000 customers in the next 2.5 years. Our initial revenue streams are expected to be from subscription and cyber insurance provisions. With a very good feedback we got from the clients and service providers, we think we can sustain a high customer growth in the upcoming 3-4 years. Our scalability roadmap consists out of 3 phases. The first is the go-to-market in this year. Second phase is the European expansion in 2024. And in 2025, we want to expand to new market segments. Currently, we are developing the software. Fabian and myself, who cannot be here today, have together more than 30 years of work experience. We founded a consultant company 4 years ago, and we know each other since 5 years. I think we have the professional background to actually make Cyber Insight a success. Thanks.
Excellent timing, and I'm looking at our jury. Kashyap, you might have the first question.
So, hi. So good. I think a good area to solve. I think a big market for it because of the cyber frauds. But there are like the big companies like the Microtrend, and there are big cyber security companies that already have like a SaaS for cyber, cyber solutions. So it's like a red ocean and a very competitive market. Don't you think like you need a big differentiator to enter in terms of client acquisition? Yeah.
Yes, this was actually one of the questions we asked us in the beginning. And then we looked actually from our point of view in this topic, and we actually couldn't see this product there. It's mainly, we describe it usually as we are building actually the car in a way that individually tells a client what he needs. Not in a way like an individual product. We do an overall risk assessment, and this overall are several topics, for example, security regulations topic, and then put it together. And this was actually one thing we didn't see in a market, especially not for SMEs. And when we are doing things like these in the large companies, we definitely have products to support us, but it's relying much on consultancies. But here we are really planning to do it automatically in a way like we can really scale it. And then with a recommendation. This was actually, I think, the reason, and it was quite interesting. We did cold calls with service providers, and we actually got a 20% success rate to sign up. And this was actually some way for us a proof that there is a market. And then we had very good conversations with insurances, we are in the later stages that are not here yet, and with actually consultant companies about the product and how, especially about the way how we do the valuation.
So your product is initially going to be more of consulting, and then maybe you will get product?
No, the consulting is coming in because when we have to develop the product, we have to get some initially data, put some data in it. And this data is actually coming out of our consultancy. But later on, we're using the client. That is the reason why we need the customer growth to actually protect our, I think, AI topics and our data science topics, because we assure we need the data, because otherwise it's easy to copy.
What category does this product fall in? Like the category that you would, is it an existing one or is it a new one?
That's actually a problem. I'm not keen to say it's a new one, but for us a problem is actually we didn't find any solution in this way. Even when I showed you the example about our consultancy, why is not everybody using such a risk and data-driven approach? I mean, how can you consult companies where authorities ask them, really, why are you better than your peer groups? And we're talking about billion euros companies. And it's really quite interesting for us. And these models, actually, they are currently quite complex for us, and we do them manually. But this is actually the way we are right now automating them. We have developers working on it, AI specialists, and we try to figure it out. We are not sure yet if it's working, but this is our risk.
Robin.
Well, thanks for the presentation. I just got a quick idea on your business case or model, because you said you're focusing on the SMEs as client or as target group, and they don't have a big budget to spend on those software tools, or you know the problems in the target group. But how about focusing on the cyber insurance? So just to make this as a quick online assessment in order to estimate how big the risk involved is to cover this client, and then to calculate their premium and to get a better premium or price if they have a good score in your tool.
It's actually, It's actually a very good question, because this was one of our mistakes we did from the beginning, and it was actually we try to simplify too much our case. But from the beginning, the insurances are actually the target group. And we already talked to insurances and consultancies about this. Our idea is the following. We start with, we call it accelerator, the service providers, to get the first, as we say, 200 clients on. Then when we have these clients, we can prove our data model, we can develop then, and then we go to the insurances. And we had one very good meeting with a consultant company, quite large one, owners, 600 employees, and they extended the meeting from 1 to 3 hours just because we told them what we are doing. And at the end they were saying, if you are able to achieve this, we have to buy it. Because it's just so much putting into the data, and the insurance was similarly in the talks. So it's for us right now, we're quite excited if we are able to manage it, because it's really interesting, but we're hoping for it.
Don't get strategic investment at this stage, please.
No, this actually is, we didn't get investments, right? After we got the feedbacks, we used our money.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Cyber Insight, all the best for your journey.
Right.
Thanks for being with us. And we are now going back to the world of developer productivity. The next team is Honeysuckle, so Nicholas and David will be here on stage telling us how they revolutionize the world of coding.
All right, thanks. Hi, everyone. We're Nicholas and David, the founders of Honeysuckle, and we're going to change how code is written fundamentally. So software is everywhere around us in our lives. Cars, phones, IoT devices, etc. More devices means the code base is growing, which in turn increases complexity in large software projects. But we're not seeing that the software development landscape is keeping up with this rapidly rising complexity. On the other hand, we all know developers are scarce and rather expensive. And did you know they spend a large chunk of their time actually reviewing and working through code instead of writing it? And that is exactly why companies are spending billions of dollars every year to make developer tools or to invest in developer tools and increase the efficiency of developers. And still, developers are begging for the next level software development ecosystem to make the most use of the precious time.
As a developer myself, I come up with this question recurrently. Why are we wasting time searching for information in a very fragmented pile of files? Don't get me wrong, we as developers have a lot of great tools and programming languages at our disposal. But when it comes down to what we're doing each and every day, it is navigating through text, trying to figure out what it means, and to make it even harder, we're splitting it up into 100, if not 1,000 of different files. But we know that there's another way to do things. And this is why we are building at Honeysuckle the first cloud-first IDE. We are storing and connecting all the elements in a graph database, and thereby taming the beast of complexity. In practice, each element has a unique identifier and therefore is directly addressable. It doesn't matter if you have a function, a variable, some piece of documentation, test cases, test results, or even a discussion on Slack on how to implement this feature. If it's relevant to each other, you can connect it. And instead of searching where your tickets or where your tasks are, you have them right there at your fingertips.
So right now, David, as the developer, is spending every minute of his available time in developing the core of Honeysuckle and pursuing our vision. That's why we're still pre-MVP and ask for 600K for the first year to jumpstart the development and enter the proof of concept phase. So are you ready to launch with us?
Perfect on time. Congratulations, great pitch. Now I'm looking at the jury. Who wants to go first? Don't be shy. Kashyap, come on.
Yeah. So, I would love to see the product that would, come out. Is there some sort of a wireframe? Because I'm not able to visualize what the product is. Is it more of a back-end thing? Because you mentioned graph database as your core. Or is it also going to be a front-end GUI to it? Yeah.
Yes. For the non-developers, it's basically like if Word would not store the text you're writing in words, but instead it saves the text itself as Subjekt, Prädikat, Objekt in German, these are the elements. And by doing so, if you have to replace or change the future to the past, if you have this more information there, you could do it. But right now, to do it, you have to read every line and assure when you're changing the subject or the time that the text is still correct. This is our daily work as a developer. So by changing the backend to storing this information differently, we can enable a lot of more tools and features.
But to answer the question, there's nothing to show yet.
Okay, yeah, this is what. So in terms of your model of revenue, like how would you charge people? Would you charge the businesses, I assume?
Yeah, we're planning to make the core open source, start as an open source project, and typical software as a service business model.
Yeah, because when you're hosting the code on your servers, this is where the people are actually paying. This is where the companies are paying. They are not paying that much for the license. They are paying for the uptime, for the guarantees to have this. So this is where we would probably partner up with a server like Hetzner Cloud, etc.
And would you be competing with people like MongoDB and other database providers who also have like a lot of plugins to have graph database?
We are using actually, shout out to HDB for their tech, also another open source. We are building on them, on their core.
Robin.
Thank you.
Very interesting topic. Just to better understand your product, because I'm not sure if I really get the full scope. So is that a developer tool that just helps developers to save time, or does this create a new programming language?
Actually, this way you could create the Esperanto of programming languages. So the one unique programming language to cross-compile to every imaginable programming language, because you're not going to use the text anymore. So yeah, it's more.
But for the first thing, or it's saving time. So that's our USP now, but later on, yes, we could, it's like a universal programming language.
Okay, very interesting. I just wonder how this is working with existing codes and languages and projects if you want to implement and deploy your solution in existing infrastructures.
Because we can save arbitrary information and link together. So when we're reading, there's a Python library and has a function in it. For us now, it's very easy because we know this is a Python function to generate the glue code to call this function and to make it available. This is very difficult right now because a compiler understands its language, but not the other one. So, and by generating the glue code, it's getting easy.
Are you all still with us?
And what does Honeysuckle mean?
Honeysuckle is actually a plant where hummingbirds extract the honey, but it's close to ivy, so the nodes and the
connecting
everything, basically.
Kiana?
And how does your roadmap look like? So what's the next step? And what do you want to prove before getting a bigger round?
So we're currently founding the company. So we're looking for a seed investment because, it's using up a lot of money. We need more developers on board, so David doesn't stay the sole developer. We need to step up the pace. So that's basically the next step, and we're planning to have a finished core by end of this year, to have an alpha release in the third quarter of next year.
All right, last comment, or everything clear so far? Then I want to...
Is that comparable to semantic web, like your approach?
Sorry, I did not get that
What's the question? Is it comparable to semantic web?
I actually don't know what you mean by semantic web. Sorry.
Well, that you look on the semantic... Oh, okay, forget it. I put that on a note.
All right, we can follow up afterwards. Thank you very much, Team Honeysuckle. It was a pleasure to have you here.
Thanks for listening.
And we are switching gears again and go on a different continent and enter the arts scene there. I'm very happy to have here with us the team of Subtropical Asia, and they will explain to us their business idea. Welcome on stage.
Hello everyone, this is Subtropical Asia production. My name is Renshou Zhao. I was a documentary filmmaker. In the past few years, me and my colleague Fabian, we have been to more than 10 Asian countries to document the life of local young people. For example, in Cambodia, we made a documentary about the band, and their band member they brought in the slum of Phnom Penh. But because of our documentary, this band was invited by Wacken, which is the biggest metal music festival in the world. And they played in front of more than 10,000 audience in the summer of 2019. Our story got attention from global media outlets such as Arte, DW, and Vice. In talking with them, we realized that even there's a great story happening in Asia, but it's actually very difficult for this media outlet to generate the content themselves. Firstly, it's not easy to locate a good story because of the lack of the local network. And also, they're concerned about high costs and also low efficiency to produce content in Asia. And also, they realize that the typical Asian narrative is full of cliches, especially this attached with the young audience, and they don't know how to improve it. And here comes our solution. It's a global production network which is spanning from Europe and Asia. We believe with this solution, we'll enable the media outlet to locate a good story more easily. Also, we can improve their efficiency to produce content, also lower their costs. And we also think like we can improve the Asian narrative, which more connected with the young audience. We have 3 main services. We present the best story through the story scouting by our artists and journalists network. And then we facilitate our cinematographer and editor network to produce such content. And lastly, we also offer the local support, such as fact-checking, research, and location scouting, etc. It's an existing market. We do have a competitor of the similar services, but we believe our unique selling point, such as our strong artists and journalists network in Asia, and also our youth cultural expertise will differentiate us from the other competitors.
So when we look at the market, the money is really there with certain media outlet companies such as Arte, DW, Vice, EST Media. So they are spending around 7 million euro for the last 3 years on Asian-related content. So based on our capabilities, we target around 130,000 euro going into first year of our operations. So how does Subtropical Asia will make money? So we have 3 revenue streams in our business model. First, we charge our clients for the production we do. Second, we charge our client for the local service and support we provide them. And third, we charge our client for the exchange of already existing media in the world. Initially, we plan to solidify and increase the customer base, and then we go for the revenue and the profit margin. So for that, we need to invest around 25K in our network so that we can curate, locate, and help our client more suitably. Going forward in 2024, by the end of 2024, we plan to aim around 500,000 revenue with more than 10 clients and more productions.
We have a diverse and experienced team in the media and content industry, and we are working towards the same vision. We want to tell the content age story from Asia's generation to the world. And thank you.
So, very different topic. I hope our jury can switch gears that fast. And yeah, do you have some questions?
I have a question. The customer that you're selling this to, is it Arte and so on, or who is the customer?
So basically right now we already building the partnership with Arte. We already create some content with them. And besides Arte, we also want to work with Vice and some other global media platform.
So they are the customers and they are paying the tickets that you just mentioned?
Yes.
Yes.
Robin.
Yeah, completely different but very interesting topic in order to span or broaden our media network and get more relevant and up-to-date information out of Asia, because the scene is growing quickly and we don't get any information about it here. So I think it's a relevant topic, but aren't there journalists out there from ARD, ZDF, Deutsche Welle, etc., that try to cover those topics locally? And why don't they get the same content like you do, because they are not in the network? And how do you make sure that it's not a lot of, or a bunch of annual work and content creating that is hard to scale with?
Yeah, I can answer that. I worked as a journalist for 10 years now. I was in Beijing for Handelsblatt and for the Rolling Stone, later in Shanghai. So in my experience, media outlets, they're cutting the cost for correspondence. And then you have countries like China and Vietnam where it's very difficult to get journalist visas. And in the old days, or it's still used, you have this concept of a fixer. It's like a local person there, but they're not connected, or they sometimes don't really know what the journalist wants. Also, sometimes they get in danger, for example, in Vietnam and China, and they lack credibility. And that's something we will have through our network. We have credibility there, and from our credibility that we know people, and they know what they're talking about, and they have good connections, the media outlets benefit.
And are you at the moment just covering the creativity scene, or what kind of topics are you trying to bring to Europe?
That's where we come from, like the creativity scene. But I mean, creativity is also in game development. Creativity can be in
startup or tech.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but we will start from what we really good at with. Because we already have the existing artist network in Asia, and we'll start from there, and then we expand to the topic, to the tech and startup, also political topic.
Yeah, do we have more questions? Kiana?
So I can imagine that it's pretty tough to raise money because it's not as scalable as I see aware of this. What's your idea? How do you want to fund the business?
So actually, we think we can do in bootstrapping. We for example, like we want 25,000 is really not too much, but we can already use this money to launch like 5 stores together. So at the beginning, we don't need too much cost, and the cost actually is paid for the production network in Asia, and they need prepaid, and that's why we need money. But usually, like a media company like Arte, it will take like 2 months. They can already pay us for, I mean, their starting price 35,000 for 5 minutes videos. And we think there are 2 dimensions to expand the business. And one is we can develop the series. So for example, a series maybe along the whole year. And then we can have very stable income. And the other dimension is we can expand our customer base to some relevant industries, such as film festival, music festival, and also NGO, and even commercial brands.
Yes. Yeah. Where credibility comes in again, because in China, like brands like Vans, they always target like youth culture and subculture, and from my experience, they're also looking for people who can connect them. Yeah.
All right, Birte, do you have a last question or comment for this team?
Is it a risk for you to be blocked in a certain country?
Did you get it? Is it a risk for you to be blocked in a certain country?
I mean, that can happen, right? But you never know. It really depends. It can happen. But in China, for example, people use VPNs, and they can still access. So there's always a way.
All right. If there are no more questions, I want to thank you, Team Subtropical Asia. All the best for you.
Thank you.
And we continue now with the food industry, actually. So we have had some snacks already, and Boris and Michael, with their startup Fix, will now tell us about their business idea.
Hello, we are here to present you Fix, the platform for the food ingredients industry. And our mission is to help small and medium-sized enterprises to simplify their procurement process. Now, a question to you. Please remember the last time you had a delicious burger. Great memory, isn't it? And I'm sure as long as you had this burger in Europe, you didn't feel any safety concerns regarding the ingredients. But this safety feeling comes with a price. For the 50 ingredients of this burger, more than 50 certificates had to be handled, mostly manually, which sums up to more than 500 hours of non-productive work for SME in this industry. Now, when you start to understand the complexity of the food supply chain, we want to illustrate you a link of this chain where millions of ingredients are being mixed to create the innovation we are currently experiencing on the food and ingredients market. For example, fish-free fish sticks or vegan schnitzel. The margins are very low here, but the volumes are rising, so it's not a surprise that companies are looking for digital solutions. And if they're big, they have no problem. But if you're SME, those solutions are mostly too expensive or do not meet your needs. So the companies are left with Excel, manual handling, and a very, very high probability of devastating mistakes which result in legal or even financial penalties. So this is where Fix come in. We address all those problems through 3 steps. We reduce cost through automation workflow. We are simply and quick to implement. And since we are a platform, we are opening a new sales channel. Now you might think, how does this work? Quite simple. Remember the burger? 50 ingredients, 1 click. Not one certificate is missing. Do you need an IT department? No, you don't need one, because you can run Fix via API with your existing ERP system, or just as a plug-and-play online solution. And last but not least, since we bring buyer and seller together, you have only one place where you have to handle your business relationships. And we know the time is now, because 99% of the European food and beverage industry consists out of small and medium-sized enterprises, of which 80% want to invest in digitalization. And if only 1% of them would run on Fix, we would have 65 million turnover on our platform. Our steps are very clear. We are looking to start to develop our platform, wherefore we need 100,000 euros of investment. So we are able, by the end of the year, to run the first tests with our venture clients we have already spoken to. And our goal is, by the mid of next year, to be operational with the first 10 customers. Michael and I are trying to make the ingredients commerce different. To be honest, we actually try to make it better, and we believe we can do so because we combine the experience and the network out of 7 years in this industry, plus a strong track record of companies which are very fast growing. And we invite you to join us on our journey with Fix with your investments, ideas, or insights. Thank you very much.
Excellent job. So we're really challenging our jury hard today. They had to change gears again. Who wants to go first with the idea of Fix?
So I just start. You said that the big ones are having a solution in place, and you showed some logos. How does that then work for them?
No, actually, like there is a possible solution for big companies to implement such a customer portal, basically, where they can order the goods the company is selling and can download certificates and specifications and everything. And big customers, they develop customized solutions, but the investment is really high because I actually, for our own company, I wanted to implement such a tool. But then I spoke to companies and they told me, like, to develop such a tool for every company and to connect it to the ERP system, you need to calculate 250,000 to 500,000 in investments. And there's basically no way this investment creates a return for small companies with, I don't know, 4 million, 8 million euros in turnover. For the bigger companies, they create 100 million or more in revenue. There the solution works because when you talk to Spryker or something like that, they even start only talking to you when you make more than 100 million euros in turnover.
Still, it only solves partly the problem because then it's a one-to-N connection and they only have a solution for themselves and their own customers.
Robin.
Thanks for your pitch. And yeah, as I'm not an expert in food or FMCG, I wonder how procurement with food SMEs at the moment is working. So do they just use Excel sheets or what's the daily routine there?
So that's a very excellent question because in the best way, it's you receive a PDF, for example, with all the goods that you want to order. But honestly, I receive in my day-to-day life, I receive a lot of orders via phone calls or via, I don't know, bullet points in an email or something like this. And then I need to take this information out, put it in our own system, and this is simply just time wasting, and there is a probability of risk, as Boris said. That information gets lost.
So this is completely manual work at the moment, and there's no connector to get the product data, certificates, and all information that are needed behind in order to buy this and and to sell this to your customers then.
You mean that there's no solution in place right now?
Yeah, so there's no solution in order to get all the information needed and the data on the products you trade.
Right now, we have to handle it manually. So just connect certificates and specifications on an email or something like this.
To be honest, I also couldn't believe it. So
very surprised. Really, I can't believe at the moment that there's nothing in place.
We can show you later screenshots from the folder structure, how it works.
Yeah, I'm really happy to show you, but that's how it works.
If that's the case, yeah, just go for it.
And how does your MVP look like the first phase of your product?
So right now we are talking to, we are looking, honestly speaking, for a developer, for a developer co-founder, or we are talking to agencies, because basically we are looking at a commerce solution, but not a one-to-N, but an end-to-end commerce solution with restricted access. And basically this is standard software, but customized to our needs. So we are talking to developers right now to figure out the best way to solve our case.
Yes, Kiana.
So did I understand correctly that you want to implement a market standard?
if you want to call it like this, yes. We want to create a market standard.
Basically, there are a lot of overlaps in those standardized tasks, and everyone is doing them slightly different. But if we could provide a platform solution where all those, let's call them boxes, are ticked, we are sure that everyone, and we already have spoken to customers that said, right, when you have something like this, we're happy to jump on. So yeah, if we manage to go beyond this 1, 2, or 10%, obviously it will be a market standard.
But does your model also work if you're not attracting enough customers? Like in the beginning, does the tool work for those people who are just a few ones in the market?
Yeah, so our idea is right now, because I'm managing right now about 100 clients in the food industry, and I've spoken to some of them, and the idea is like every customer I've spoken to, each of them has another 10, 20, 50 customers. So I don't really think that onboarding customers or getting attraction of the clients is a problem if our solution is fitting their needs.
And yes, it will work with 2 customers, with 3 and 4, but obviously the viral effect we are looking for needs more time. But the functionality is either one-to-one or end-to-end, which is the ultimate goal.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Team Fix. Wish you all the best on your journey.
Thank you very much.
We've got 2 more pitches for you, so almost done and ready for the winner's ceremony. But the next ones are completely mind-blowing as well. So next up we will have Sane Park, and she's gonna talk about the arts industry. So we're becoming a bit more creative now again, and I think we all love fine arts, but very few of us can afford it. And Sane is now presenting to us what we can do about it.
My name is Sane, and I'm the founder of Click Gallery. Click Gallery is a subscription platform for original paintings from emerging artists. People can upgrade their lifestyle by inviting original paintings to their own space. 1 out of 3 people in Germany says they are interested in art. However, an original painting costs easily some hundreds to thousands of euros. People question if such price is worth for one painting and feel like the art market is beyond their reach. To get a painting, people need to deal with logistics and installation. The art market is not fulfilling the customer needs to have better lifestyle with personal experience. In the end, people compromise their passion for art with a copy or a poster. The major art market players are inconvenient and inflexible. Art rental exists with its focus on business customers. Social media doesn't offer the process to get a painting. Click Gallery creates a new market scene for everyone to get paintings. Customers can flexibly rent paintings through our subscription. A wide taste experience is possible through a regular replacement with an option to purchase. All experience runs conveniently through our all-in services from logistics to insurance. Our taste matching consultation provides personal relations to paintings. Every art lover is just a click away from their new paintings via Click Gallery. Click Gallery offers visual ads for customers. In Germany, 3.71 million people would be willing to have paintings in their own space. We aim for the market share of 786,000 euro in 4 years. Our current focus is the art market scene in Hamburg, and we intend to expand our market nationwide. Our MVP will evolve to a subscription platform with a taste matching and consultation algorithm. The whole costs are for functional and regional expansion. Everyone can become art lovers and new collectors with Click Gallery with our flexible, convenient, and personal offer. Thank you so much.
Very well done. I think we have Susanna now with us on the Zoom call. No, she's not.
Yeah, she's attending on YouTube.
All right, then we say hi to Susanna. You can't talk to us, but hopefully you enjoyed the pitch. And now over to the jury. What do you think about the idea? Kiana.
So it's a great idea. I just have a question regarding, like, maybe we start with first, like, what would it cost for me to get this kind of, I don't know if you have like a standard size of picture.
Yeah. We have basically two schemes, and the main schemes are renter subscription, and it's going to be between 29 to 99 euro per month. It's totally depending on the size. However, when it comes to market research that I have pursued, the painting could become like converged to the sales case. That's going to be depending on the different factors, depending on the size as well as artist factor. And artist factor is a term in the art market, depending on the awareness of artists or their performance in the past.
Robin.
Yes, thanks. Very interesting concept, bringing arts home or to other places for newcomers especially. I like the idea. I wonder if you focus on B2C, so at private customers or corporates for the office locations, and yeah, how do you want to enter the markets and care about the logistics and insurance topics behind?
My key focus is the private people, because the business people have already lots of resources and like availability to access the paintings because they have money, basically. However, the private people still have really limited access and information, so that's the market that I'm targeting, since there is no market players fulfilling these needs. And still, I'm counting the business customers in the future, as I plan in the roadmap for the next year to expand to the business customers, since they are also could be like supporting the platform development itself.
Right.
I think during the pandemic, we saw a lot of interest from the private side in like taking artists home to your place, like for example for a concert. So do you already gained some feedback from private customers regarding your offer to bring paintings or like physical art to their home?
It's not necessarily depending on the pandemic situation, but it's all about the lifestyle. And this market, art market, is not necessarily for everyone existing in this world, rather having certain specific interest or a little bit of like gainful income people. And those people, they would willing to have better space for their lives. And this is partly really connected to the lifestyle improvement. For example, one customer interview that I have done, like one person recently moved to a new apartment, and that is the moment that they invest a lot for their interior, including the paintings in that. And for such cases, the needs are higher, but in general, it's all about the needs or the wish for making better living space.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
More comments or questions? Yes, Kiana.
I just have this idea in mind, if you would combine it with something that is connecting to impact, that would probably pay into your brand as a lifestyle product.
And when it comes to impact, it's my ultimate goal. And I shortly mentioned at the very beginning, this is not for the established artist, but for the emerging artist. And emerging artists, it was really heartbreaking when I got to know the market. More than 85% of the artists have to have side job because they can't afford their life only with the income. And that's why I would like to include the artist, and I'd like to give the really decent portion to the artists, who's the creators, through this revenue. And unfortunately, the current art market, what artists get is less than the half of the price the customer pay.
Well put. Then I want to thank you, Sein, for being with us today. All the best. we're coming to our final pitch already. I want to remind our jury they're very busy filling out their forms already, so you only have this one last pitch, and then we need a very soon choice from you who's going to be the winning team for the 1,000 euros pitch award. But last but not least, and I know they have won great award already with the Leipziger Gründernacht recently, so yeah. Pressure's on. No, I'm very happy that we have some extra researchers here as well. They're doing great things also with great purpose in mind. Let's say hi to NanoTubTEC here on stage.
Hi, we are Sabrina and Astrid from NanoTubTEC, and we revolutionize cancer therapy. Just imagine that your mother has breast cancer. It's an enormous burden for her, but also for you as her relatives. It raises many questions. What therapy will be used? How will she feel during the therapy? And most importantly, will she be cured completely? Often, physicians cannot give reliable answers to these questions. Usually, a diagnosis is made via a biopsy, so a tissue sample is taken and analyzed in a lab. Based on these results, the therapy is now chosen. Thereby, the subjective experience of the physician plays a tremendous role. There are many therapeutic approaches, and the decision is complicated. What if there are conflicting opinions? What if the first approach fails? You must know that the first approach is the most important one. Here it decides whether resistance will be developed or not, depending on the treatment. So it might even lead to death. So what do we really need in order to evaluate the best therapy in an objective way and specific for the patient? We need a personalized tissue culture system that enables us to determine the specific drug effects on the patient's tissue. But there is no such system on the market yet. Currently available systems preserve tissues for a few days only. Either the tissue dies or various tissue properties change in such a way that the cultured tissue no longer resembles to the original state in the body. We at NanoTubTEC managed to preserve these tissue properties over a long period of time. And thus, we enable a specific individual tissue culture. How do we do that? We produce small nanostructured scaffold. They consist of nanotubes that look like a bunch of drinking straws. They are on the nanoscale, so much smaller than the thickness of a human hair. And we can vary the diameter of these nanotubes. It is crucial for tissue preservation. So we use these scaffolds and culture tissues on top of them. Different drugs are added, and now we can judge whether or not a resistance will develop. So if this tissue is still doing well or not, if the tumor growth continues or decreases. Our tailored surfaces ensure organotypic tissue culture, and thus longer cultivation times of up to 350%. This means instead of a few days, our tissues survive up to 2 weeks. In this way, we are able to provide personalized medicine, and we can use those scaffolds multiple times. To get the nanotube scaffolds ready for the market, we need about €1 million. This includes cost for product development and larger production plants. Help us to fight breast cancer and contact us. Thank you very much.
Great job. And one last time, we call out our jury. Maybe Birte, if you're still with us, what's your opinion on the pitch? Oh no, we can't hear you. Give us a sec.
No, it was my fault. I was still on mute. Had to happen. I really like your pitch. I like the way you spoke through it. It was very easy to listen to it, and very nice as well. How did you how much effort is it actually to adjust the size of your nanotube to the specific tissue probe that you extract?
So at all, no problem, but we need to optimize for about 1 year for one different tissue. So we are not limited to just fight breast cancer, so we can also fight other diseases. And yeah, to optimize the tubes for this process, we need about 1 year.
Okay.
So every tissue has a different recommendation. So every tissue has a different extracellular matrix in which it is normally. And we try not to mimic this extracellular matrix, but we try to optimize our culture system in such a way that we play a trick on a tissue and say, no, you're not in culture, but just imagine you were in the body, left in the body. And in this way, the functionality of the tissue is still preserved. So on other culture systems which are at the market yet, they do not change the properties of the cultivation substrate, so there's only one pore size. And for simple tissues, this works, but not for adult tissue like you find in an adult human. All those systems fail at the moment.
Interesting. Thank you.
Robin?
Yes, thanks for the pitch. Very, very important topic. I would like to know, are there any ethical approvals required in order to get this in the market? How much does this cost, and what is the cost of your product in order to answer the question if that increases the cost for the patient and the health insurance?
Yes, so there are large regulations in order to get this in the market for personalized medicine. So this is a huge effort. We need a Konformitätsbewertungsverfahren in German here, after the medical device regulations. And this will need some time, this is clear. And we also need clinical tests, trials, and this hasn't been done yet. So we are able to optimize our product to the tissue, but we haven't done those tests because they are time-consuming and they need a lot of money. But this will be after our launch of the product, because for basic research, for all research applications, we do not need that. So this is the important thing. There, an ISO certification is sufficient, and this is much easier, and this is included in the 1 million euros. But we need about 2 years to get our technology ready, really, with this certification to go into the market.
So you mean 2 years for the research market?
For the research market, and this research market, but also includes the market for pharmaceutical companies, for example. When you do drug testing, when you do drug delivery, you normally have large pipelines, and they waste a lot of money because they are not sure in the first trials if this drug really works or not. And in order to accelerate this pipeline, we could use our system to prevent, for example, animal tests, because we can do it beforehand on a better tissue in an easier and scalable way, and this might save a lot of money.
Wow.
Kashyap, final comment from your side.
Great innovation. I think, as you said, it's beyond cancer. I think it can be applied in various use cases, which I think research will tell. But I would be interested to know if you need some more people on board. You have already a PhD, I think, in your... So do you need more people to investigate this further, or...?
Yeah, if we want to be fast, we need more people, definitely. We also consider that we might launch the first product for the first entity and then go on step by step. And this is our plan.
Very well done. If there are no more questions, I want to thank you very much, NanoTubTEC. It was a pleasure having you. Applause. Yay! And we're done with the pitches. Congratulations, you survived 15 pitches. I think most of us were very uneasy about how is this going to turn out, but you all look fresh and healthy, so nobody fell asleep during the pitches. Thank you very much for paying attention. That was very helpful, and I think we've learned a lot today. And now our jury has to do their final votes. And we want to give them some time. But yeah, Robin, if you're done with your voting, and I also need Birte, give me a sign, I would like to welcome you here on stage, but don't worry about it. I can also do some remarks on what's next, so we'll jump over this real quick. Actually, what's happening now, can I get my slides back, please? While the jury is still doing their stuff, I will just do some advertising. So for everybody who's still on the live stream with us, we can highly recommend, you have seen some of the results out of our program today. If you have an idea and you are in doubt or you don't really know what to do with it, feel free to reach out. We have 2 great incubation managers, Jenny and Maurice, who are supporting the teams on their journey. We would love to hear from you. And yeah, our next batch takes off in September. Applications are actually possible right now already, so don't hesitate to send us your business idea, send us your pitch deck, and then we're more than happy to talk to you. Another thing I want to draw your attention to is our Leipzig Summer School for Diverse Startups. We're very proud to do this in collaboration with the Spin Lab, so the accelerator supported by HHL here in Leipzig. You saw this earlier today already, that this is one of the great vehicles that has been around for quite a while for acceleration in the growth pace already. And what we're doing is to bring the best out of our 2 worlds together. So in a 2-week summer school, which is free of charge, we will support diverse startup teams, so can be whether gender, internationals, whatever it be, to improve their business idea. And so you will get a lot of input from our side with coaches, with partners. If you know somebody or even like one of the existing teams, it's also open to you. Feel free to apply. It's going to be good fun in July 11th till 22nd, and we have this open until 22nd May. Please spread the word. And now I really need the jury to make their decision. Last call for our next takeoff. It's going to be 2nd September, and of course there's going to be a launch day then in December as well. You can go on our website or just simply send us your pitch decks, and we're more than happy to talk to you. Birte, if you're with us, I would like to start with you. Have you submitted your vote already? I know 15 pitches, it's a tough battle. We don't hear you again?
I'm done, I just need to submit it.
Yeah, okay. We'll give you the second, because then I want to ask TGSF, our sponsor from today, to give us some hints on what they are actually looking for. So, I mean, these 1,000 euros won't give you a lot of run rate, so most likely you will have to ask for some more money. And so, Birte, if you're ready, give me a sign and I will ask you some questions. And Robin, same applies for you. If you're done, you're more than welcome to join me here on stage so the team can do the results checking in the background. I see some jury members have submitted already. Yeah, tension is rising. That's supposed to happen. We still have time. We're definitely good in time. Your dinner is guaranteed.
I'm doing my very best, but there's so many things to count here on the sheet.
If Birte's done, she can go first with my questions. I just don't see her right now. Birte, if you're ready, just call out. Again, the mute.
Again, yeah. What's wrong in the afternoon?
No worries. You were really flooded with information.
I'm done. I submitted to Jenny and. Yeah.
Fantastic. So then let's ask some quick questions. As an investment manager, what's the kind of startup that TGSF is looking for, and what kind of investments do you normally support?
So our name already gives a few hints. So we're the Technologiegründer von Sachsen. So we're focusing on technology-driven startups that are based in Saxony. So this is like the first 2 criteria that we look for.
And furthermore, we are focusing on like the early startups that, for example, are just spun out of a university or they're just building their product. So we're starting with pre-seed startups up to the seed phase. So when there is like product market fit in this like time interval, we're having our sweet spot.
All right. And what do you mean by technology? Can you give some examples also maybe of some recent investments you have done in the past? And I see Robin is done as well, so feel free to join me here on stage. No rest for you.
We are technology agnostic. We're investing in anything despite biotechnology, like red biotechnology, for example, pharma development and agriculture. So you can find material science, you can find software, you can find sensors, what else? Semiconductors, so very different technologies. There has been a lot more software recently as compared to when we started our fund in like 2008. So we're going with the trends as well.
All right, and maybe asking this to Robin, is there any area where you don't see your sweet spot or expertise where you would recommend founders to go for a different investor? Anything that comes to your mind? Rocket science, you name it. Oh.
My mic is not. Yes, it's working. So as Birte said, basically we can invest across all industries, and we are happy to have such a broad network and a broad portfolio. But there are just a few topics we cannot invest in terms of pharma, for example, which is such a big and long-lasting topics, and even a public supported fund as we are, we don't have deep enough pockets to support 10 years of research.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense. And I mean, you have seen 15 pitches now today, various pitch decks. What do you think, and you both can answer to this, how important is the pitch deck actually for your decision to invest or not? Is it just a hygiene factor, or how big is the role of the pitch deck in your decision process?
It's not that big. I mean, a pitch deck provides like a first few handles that we can grab in order to evaluate if there is some music in it or not. But like it needs not to be like rocket science, because when we have questions and when it seems to be interesting, I mean, we know the background of some industries as well, so we can have a feeling of it. Then we address the founders directly in order to get more insights and more like substance.
What's your view on it, Robin?
Yes, of course, a pitch deck is very important because it's the first impression. But if it's a great product, great idea, great founders, I think we have a good feeling for it, and we'll find out together.
Yes, fantastic. But from a ratio perspective, how many pitch decks actually then make it to the second round? So do you get like a lot of cold calls and where you sort out people just based on the pitch deck, or would you go on a second call with pretty much everyone, even if the pitch deck wasn't convincing to you?
So if it's completely out of scope, especially if someone is outreaching cold and is not aware of our region we invest in, okay, we don't call them back, obviously. Yeah. But if it's in our scope, we try to give at least everyone feedback for his pitch deck, for his business idea. And if we cannot invest because it's not in our scope, we try to connect them to possible business angels or other investors in that space.
Excellent. We heard today in the keynote of Kiana that the founding team is actually super critical for taking this decision. How do you think about it, Birte, and what actually makes a successful founding team for you?
I totally agree. I mean, in the early phase of a startup, you have an idea, but it's not like validated, the solution is not validated, and you probably don't have product market fit. So there are a lot of pivots along the way to the market, and therefore the only solid point of your venture is your team. So of course we do a due diligence on the team in order to get a feeling for, is that team able to to turn around, to reflect, and to develop new ideas, starting from their initial idea?
So, of course, as every VC, we are looking for experienced founders with proven track record and all those logos on their decks, and have founded few unicorns. But we know we can find this in every team. And we try to see if they have relevant experience, if they know what they do, if they have a skill set to do what they said to us or have written in their pitch deck. And we as a TGFS, we also give first-time founders a chance, so that's not a deal breaker for us.
All right. And let me ask, what's an average ticket size, if you can say something about it, you're normally doing?
I mentioned the pre-seed investments in the beginning, so they started at like 100K, and then we're comfortable with investing a total of like 5 million.
Yes, and
over different rounds.
Exactly,
well.
exactly. So I would say the initial ticket in seed rounds to start with range from 500K up to 1.5 million, which is enough to have like a few seed rounds have funded by our own, or a few co-invests are possible as well. So we can take the lead role and we can also take the co-investor role.
All right. I think we have a winner now, and Jenny will hand over this document to me.
Roll.
All right. Are you excited? I can show this to you already.
Oh.
Yeah. I think, yes, we are on the right slide.
I think that's a good choice.
Can we please put our hands together for the team of NanoTubTEC, who has won the prize? And you have the great pleasure. Yes, please come with me on stage. You had the most challenging position, so I mean, big shout-outs to you that you still made it. And yeah, the 1,000 euros will go straight to you. Robin, some words from your side?
Congratulations, well done. Next award granted to you. Hope you get this quickly into the market and get your research done and get this to help us all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, winning photo. Come on, thank you. Robin, stay there. Robin, you can stay there. It's your prize, apparently. So just. Yes, you're allowed to stay. Smile. Yeah, you people on the stream, you have to deal with it now. But we also want to say big shout out to everybody else. I mean, this was a tough battle, 15 pitches today. The second place went to CargoKite, so big round of applause to CargoKite. The third, there's no prize attached to this, but I think honor to you. And that's to be called out. The third prize actually went to Pinpoint. Congratulations. All right, with that being said, I want to thank you all for being here today. The stream is over now. Thanks for your participation. I can show you our last slide. So if you want to follow us on social media, feel free. The stream was actually recorded. If you